Still got some water left. It was good 6. Okay. Is there any way to do like, do we have like sticky notes? Oh, need an update. Did Kaido get power cliffed yet? I would probably say at least power crept. I would definitely say that Kaido, especially after these new chapters, is just not one of the strongest guys in the verse anymore. Well, he's still one of the strongest, just not one of the, I guess you could say, tippity top tiers right now. Because I'm bored as hell. I wonder if he's read the new chapter. I'm just trying to see, like, I don't know. I was trying to think of a way to, like, paste out the, I was trying to, like, figure out a way to, like, paste or, like, put down the sticky notes so that way if people, like, start asking me about, you know. Yeah, I was just trying to see if I could figure out how to, like, just have something up that consistently says, yes, I've read the new chapter. Hey, what's up, Rennie? Yeah. I think you're the only person I know that's named Rennie, so... yeah, if I see Rennie Ika, I got you, man. I'd love you even if you start eating beans. I definitely wouldn't love me if I started eating beans, to be honest with you. That'd be one of us. Yeah, good idea. What's good, though? Oh, what's good, Jerome? 100 out of 10 chapter was a pretty good chapter. My day's been fine. I woke up like 3 hours ago. Had to do some stuff around the house. I got a bruise on my face now. Yesterday went well. My niece ended up passing her driver's test. I spent the whole day basically, well, the whole morning and afternoon kind of doing errands and helping her out with that. I'm not doing Kaido versus Loki. I'm doing One Piece power cliffing. Been boring as hell. Skipped school, but not doing shit. What's up, Aster? Why'd you skip school? Isn't this like your senior year? Why are you skipping school? I mean, what a stupid question. It's like every arc in One Piece. One second, I didn't get a chance to see that. Chats, debates, anything here? No. Okay, so then we just start up a new project. What's up, Lapis? It's like every arc in One Piece. A very strong character becomes irrelevant in the top tier meta in 2 arcs, yeah. Kaido getting packed? I agree. I find it funny that how Emu creamed when he had that flashback about Joy Boy and Loki notices it and smacks the shit out of him to the Atom Tree. Yeah. And then Loki just, for whatever reason, just starts fucking cheesing. Well, I'm gonna today I'm gonna work on starting up the editing process for the Kaido video, and then I'm gonna make a bit of an announcement. I'm going back to Naruto versus Luffy after this. I'm probably just not gonna upload any videos until we get done with the Luffy end of the scaling. Once we're done with that, I'll do my best to try to get the video out, probably around like June. So if at some point around June, hopefully, I don't want to take up any more time here. I took like I guess at this point it would be like a 1 to 2 month break from Naruto versus Luffy. I guess you could say part of it is just my like anxiety over it. Yes, a new One Piece chapter is out. So yeah, I'm trying. Hey, what's good, guys? What's good? Guys takes. Oh, you didn't feel like going? I mean, sure. You have free will, you know. If you're already graduating, what's the point, right? People on Twitter are arguing if Loki can tank a Bajra gun from Luffy. The new chapter was fine. I thought the chapter was great. I thought the chapter was absolutely great. I was reading about she was taking the test. It was pretty damn good. Actually, was she? No, I think I was already home by then. But anyway, yeah, we're just gonna go out of our way to like get through Naruto versus Luffy. I'm gonna do my best to just get the video done. I decided to reformat it again. I'm like, I guess it's heavily depending on my mood, but I have like this tendency of like constantly rethinking about like how I'm gonna do a video as I'm working on it. It's not really until like I start the editing process itself that I've already like settled on it. But yeah, it's been a bit of a long week. It's been like a bit of a long week. A lot of like stuff on the personal side. So I'm just happy to be back here and just try to get out this content. A part of me is also thinking about like maybe shifting directions for what the content of the channel is going to be. Ultimately, I have to also be realistic that if I want to do full-time YouTube, I have to be able to make content that is, for better or worse, something that will actually generate some level of income rather than, you know, putting stuff out that just gets people to not like me for whatever reason, and in some cases people to like me, but it's not always about just making the content you want to make, and sometimes, oh, Power PC, I think it was this one. And sometimes it's just about, okay, if I want to be serious about this, I have to just make content that also generates views. I was even thinking about doing slop YouTubing for a second. I'm like, yo, slop YouTubers really do just, I'm not going to say like they make bag, but I feel like it's at least enough to like, I feel like it's at least enough to do that. And maybe I'll just make a second channel for that. Not sure on it yet. Not entirely sure on it anyway. But it's whatever. Loki was deaf under Hockey Bloom. He just never gave up or submitted to Emu and kept going. That should scale him higher. Also, Shanks and Mihawk upscale. Is Emu a swordsman? You guys, is Emu a swordsman, therefore Mihawk upscale? Why is it? Okay. Take your time in Naruto versus Level. It would be highly influential. Love your content. I appreciate that. What is that? L26? I26? 2671. Oh! 2167? I got it. 21. I never asked this, but do you like Smash Brothers? I played a lot of Smash Brothers Ultimate. I've got maybe like 400 hours on it. I know that for like the Smash players, it's not that much. I would say, at least at my best, I was definitely above the average person, but I had friends that also tried to play the game competitively to an extent, so I got to just kind of learned, I kind of just had to like learn to get my ass beat for like a long time. Yeah, I'm okay with Smash Brothers. There are things about Smash Brothers that I don't care for. I don't get Melee. I don't get how people play that shit. The game, if you're not trying to play it on an actual, like, competitive level, Melee just feels terrible to fucking play. Brawl was my favorite one just because of the... was, at least. Brawl was my favorite one because of the subspace emissary thing. I don't understand how the fuck you can make such peak and never go back to it, never try to, like, just do anything above, anything close to it again. I mean, World of Light is fine, but World of Light is, it's just not Subspace Emissary. It just doesn't have the cutscenes. Two cutscenes, one at the start and one at the end, just not enough for me. And, I mean, I'm not a fan of Smash 4. Have you considered Rivals of the Aether? Not necessarily. Editing's breaking your back? Yeah. You played Smash Brothers very recent? I like the 64 one. I have nostalgia for the 64 one. We had it as a kid, but my brother never let me play the N64, so I never got it. So I've only really had, like, chances to play it, like, as an adult. Give me Omen and few hockey nuts. This is a 15-year-old Shanks we're up against. Alright. Mihawk solos. My agenda always wins. My characters are like that. Sorry to say Mihawk stocks are closed. Ah, okay. What is One Piece soloing based on the title? It's just a rage bait title. There's literally nothing more to it. Did you play Path of Exile? I did actually try out Path of Exile for a little bit. I was not a fan of it. Hey! Oh, that's close. Hey, how's it going, everyone? A topic of conversation within the context of One Piece power scaling that has become a bit more prevalent throughout the last few years is whether or not Kaido the Beast has been power cliffed. This is okay. Okay, let's just cut the bullshit. Let's just get to this. Actually no, let me do it like this. Library. Okay, now that we're in the library, let's open up a folder. No, we're not doing that. Why the fuck would we do that? Content. Content. Open a new tab. We're gonna do profiles. We're gonna open that in a new tab, and obviously we're gonna have to just do One Piece. So we're gonna do that. Okay, and then for this, I don't know if we're gonna just put music in yet. Do you guys just want to have some music in the background? Hey, how's it going, One Smart? How you been, man? How's your week been? Path of Exile. Oh, right. I did play Path of Exile for a little bit, like years and years and years and years ago. I don't care for it. I don't know. Just I tried it, gave it like an hour. I was like, all right. Why do I use Vegas Pro? Because I had to choose an editing software, and Vegas was cheaper, at least at the time. It was just cheaper than Adobe Premiere, and I didn't feel like relearning Adobe Premiere, so I said, fuck it. I mean, Adobe Premiere is not that hard to use, at least from what I'm told. Like, for the people that really know how to use it, it lets them, like, essentially really make good content. But I think, for me personally, I don't know. I feel like I'm already used to Vegas. I like Vegas. I don't feel like learning a whole new editing software, and from my understanding, like, not everything exactly translates completely, so it is what it is. I'm not really thinking about it. If you get it on PC, Rivals of the Earth, there's basically Smash, but every character imaginable, Monkey D. Luffy. I've heard of it. I've seen gameplay. I used to watch a good bit of Alpha Rad. I don't know. Every time I've played a... I'll put it like this. Every single time I played a platform... One of those, like, platform fighter party games, because, I don't know, I don't know if I would really call Smash, like, the closest thing to a fighting game. I'd call it more like its own genre, just like a platform fighter, if anything. I don't know if I would call it, like, a real fighting game, but, every time that I used to, like, watch Alpha Rad and stuff like that, and every time I played, like, all the other, like, platform fighters, the Nickelodeon versus, what the fuck was the Warner Brothers one? The Multiversus or whatever. I think I did try Rivals of the Aether. No, it was Brawlhalla. Every single one of those games just sucks, man. Yeah, I don't care for every single one of those games suck, bro. Smash somehow not only started the genre, but they're the only ones that can consistently make a good one of these fucking games. I could give Rivals of the Aether a fucking try, but I don't know, man. Every time I play one of these games, I'm just like, I mean, it's fine, it's just not Smash. It doesn't play like Smash, it doesn't feel like it has the same quality as Smash, I don't know. That's like, one of those, like, I guess that would be like a very shitty take on my end, and I'm fine with that. I don't personally care, but, like, I don't know. I just don't care for other platform fighters. I tried playing a good bit of Multiverses, I tried playing a good bit of, the Nickelodeon, the Nicktoons one. I just don't care, dude. Like, they just don't feel the same. Like, Smash has, this perfect mix of, like, weight, speed, everything. Especially Ultimate. I didn't even really care for Smash 4, to be honest. I really fucking hated Smash 4 and how... Honestly, that game felt way more unbalanced than Ultimate, but yeah. I need a... I don't think I need more of this crap. Content... Let's just throw this in the background. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to go get some Kaido stuff. Oh, right. Put this here and then do this. Okay. Kaido versus Battle Wiki. Yeah, we're gonna totally look up how strong Kaido is on the Versus Battle Wiki site. We're gonna check out how strong he is. We're gonna make sure that that Kaido because you know that every time that we go to Versus Battle Wiki, Versus Battle Wiki is like the only objectively correct source for all of this. And it's two. It's two. Versus Bow Wiki is clearly one of the greatest websites ever made because it has all of the correct information, right? Like Kaido only being FTL and then like only being FTL plus, which by their metrics is only the only correct one. Statistic values. The fuck? Oh yeah, that's right. What are we talking about? I warned you all about the greatness that is Mihawk, and nobody listened. The kind of disrespectful compare such peak with a one arm, with a one arm has been. That's crazy. What's good on? Jen, the only way I see Emu defeated is if a massive team composed of the strongest entities jumps Emu, who's shown to be emotionally stable, and sent back to the castle where Blackbeard camps. Also, maybe Emu reverse Dami reverse eyes everyone and takes their powers and added strength like Yuhabaha. Is a top dog of platformers. I agree with that. Well, not only way, but definitely high chance. Hey, what's good, David? We need Mihawk versus Emu or Blackbeard versus Emu. It's also crazy. Yeah, I think it's crazy that Emu's doing something in the story before Dragon. I agree with that. What should you do? Yeah. Doesn't have Boa. Not all 2D fighters can be Street Fighter, just like every 3D fighter can't be Tekken or Ninja Storm. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. Like, not every 2D and 3D thing is, but you know what? You know what I think the issue is? I think it more so comes down to like the perspective that like when you make something, when you like create or develop something that just inherently it just works. You know what I mean? It's like Smash just seems to have like this level of quality that I just don't feel like I get from all those other games. And it's not to say that the other games are inferior, are like objectively inferior by whatever metric. I think it's not to say that like, yeah, like, you know, let's take this one. It's not to say that like, okay, Rivals of the Aether, right? Or the Nickelodeon, the Nicktoon versus whatever the fuck, right? It's not to say that like those games just have to be objectively inferior. They can't surpass. They can't do anything better than Smash. And I'm sure that like for the people that actually sit down and play those games, like there are things about it that like you can easily just say, especially if you got like a lot of experience in platform fighters, like you could say things like, I don't know, like maybe like the jumping is better, maybe like the character balance is better, etc., etc., etc. But like Smash just got it right on the first fucking go, bro. Like Smash just has like this almost seal of quality, seal of I don't even know what it is, man. It just feels good to play, right? Like when you go to, I don't know, like Doom, right? Like when you're playing like one of the Doom games and then you're playing like some other like first-person shooter game and you're just like, yeah, not every first-person shooter game is Doom. Doom isn't every other first-person shooter game, but Doom just knows like this right formula of like movement, of like mobility, mobility of gunplay, different actions and scenes, etc., etc., etc. Like, I don't know, man. It feels like in certain cases, like, do you think that Loki power creeping Kaido this way was disappointing? No, I don't necessarily view Loki power cliffing Kaido as anything. Well, I don't know if I would say Loki's entirely power crept Kaido. Again, there isn't like a direct bridge at this point. Granted, he seems to be really performing at least moderately well against Emu, which I think is a good thing. I think it's actually important to see Kaido Dragon Flame. I think it's important to see that, like, you know, Loki isn't also some guy that, like, you know, is all talk or whatever. He's definitely someone who, at least as far as power goes, even if for now he cannot physically hurt Emu, and you know, I think that's fine if that's the case. Actually, did he? Let me just recall real quick. Let me just go back and recall real quick. Oh yeah, he did harm Emu. Yeah, right here. You can see, and there's actual blood here. Yeah, just the fact that he's able to hurt Emu to this extent. I mean, listen, it's not a lot of damage, but hey, it's it's damage. Don't know how multipliers work. Yeah, so yeah, Kaido is power crept, power hacks ability wise, and Emu's just too strong. I I was thinking about adding a portion to the video where we talk about, like, you know, Emu and stuff like that. I wasn't sure if people would be okay with whether or not I'm talking about this right now. I know that some people don't care for spoilers, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to specifically talk about anything that is spoilers, but you know, I think it's still fine. I also found it interesting that, like, Emu could make himself so fucking big that he's at least capable of clashing with Loki to an extent. Not even to an extent, because he just blatantly clashes with him and then just jumps ahead of him. That's bumping my head damage. That's bumping your head damage. I also think it's kind of crazy that, like, what do you notice right here, just for a second, right? What do you guys notice right here, right? Emu clashes with Loki, goes above him, and then what's the shape of this blade? Huh? 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 What? Look at the shape of the blade. Look at the shape of the blade. It's a big cross, just like who? Mihawk. Mihawk. And it's black. Emu's got a black blade. Anyway, that's just me poking some fun at it. I don't really care. But yeah, like, that aside, I also like this idea that Oda's doing of, like, having a villain that essentially can change up their weapon. I actually did have this idea myself for, my own story, where one of the main protagonists had, like, a staff that would, change into different kinds of, like, scythes, weapons, staffs, pole arms, blades, whatever the fuck, right? Say it again, Eon, I need to hear it again. So you guys see this big weapon that Emu's holding right now, you know, with both blades? You know how he's, like, double gripping, two-hand gripping, and his hand around this long, pointy staff thing? Yeah, well, it looks kind of like a cross, right? And I'm not saying anything, right? I'm not saying anything at all, but, you know, just to point it out, you know, who here in the verse just so happens to have a long blade with a long handle that also comes out to be a cross, and then also happens to be black? In general, I never liked when the story of the character takes an entire arc just for the main character to reach the power gap, and then just introduce other characters that are just as powerful randomly. I see where you're coming from. One Piece and Dragon Ball are definitely stories like that. You can even say Bleach to an extent. At least it feels like that with Bleach, although I would say that the entire Bleach cosmology is a lot closer to itself than people would probably agree with. But that's neither here nor there. Emu has a BBB, a big black blade. Yeah, type shit. Let's go. I might cry of peak. Yeah. Alright, let's get back to editing. Emu's imitating Mihawk, or is it the other way around? Hey! How's it going, everyone? A topic of conversation within the context of One Piece power scaling that has become a bit more prevalent throughout the last few years is whether or not Kaido the Beast... Whether or not... Okay, well, okay. Let's just start setting up. And that's Mihawk's move too. He used it on Luffy. He did use it on Luffy. See, you guys are picking up on things, huh? Huh? Maybe I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It is, potentially speaking, Mihawk upscale. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one who's coping. Maybe Mihawk fans are the one who's coping. Or maybe Oda. Do you believe that Emu and Mihawk are connected? I don't personally go for theories like that. I just kind of let the story. I never go for theories, honestly. I don't personally like that many theories. I think the only one I've really, like, kind of believed in was the whole, the devil fruits are, turned into, like, the heart or whatever, just because of, like, the Luffy stuff, and then, the Whitebeard stuff. I mean, what exactly did Blackbeard do underneath him? Did he... I guess at this point, since we know that Devil Fruit users like the Gods Knights have steel hearts, maybe, I don't know, Blackbeard ended up sucking off Whitebeard to get his Devil Fruit powers or something. At this point, I'm kind of stumped on that. But, yeah, I don't really go for, like, theories. I don't really care for theories most of the time. Whether or not Kaido the Beast has been powered... Yeah, this thing needs music. I'm not editing a fucking video with at least some music in the background. I can, like, just hear... I guess I don't need this anymore, so we'll just go content, music, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Dun, 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 dun. Nope. Ah, there we go. A little lesson. This is one of my favorites, definitely for editing. What type of music do I listen to? I listen to a bunch of shit, dude. I listen to a bunch of random music. I don't think I specifically focus on a genre. I think I mostly focus on whether or not I like the beat of the song. It's any you can go to anything. Gomen Amanai. When is Luffy releasing, little bro? Probably like around June. If I get this video out quickly, I'll just be solos and it's not even close. I agree. Jokes aside, do you think Emu and Mihawk have similar eyes and weapons mean something? Not right now. Maybe not right now. I think that, like, the only comparison that people are making are the eyes, but, like, Emu's eyes are clearly different to an extent than, like, even Mihawk and even Robin. I mean, Robin also has, like, ring eyes when you look at it to a certain extent. I wish that maybe we could get, like, a colored image of Emu right now so that I could at least, you know, make some kind of a comparison, because what's, like, one of the first let me just look up a chapter for, like... Actually, I'm not even gonna look up a chapter. I'm just gonna look at Mihawk again. Dracula Mihawk. It might just be a design choice by Oda, I'm gonna be honest. Hawkeye Mihawk, what exactly does it mean, you know what I mean? Like, because Mihawk has the eye itself, then an iris, then a ring around an iris, and then the pupil, right? And it's been consistent as a kid, but with Emu, he has like 2 irises in, and I mean, you can even make this argument for Robin as well. Nico Robin. You can even make the argument for Robin as well, where, like, when she got serious in, Elbaf, she literally, like, she literally also had the rings around her eyes. Maybe it is some kind of, I mean, listen, you could honestly make the argument that it is some kind of, like, a connection there, but, I mean, I don't know. I don't think, like, just, like, the eyes looking kind of similar... Bro, you got a cold? No. You like Boom Bop? Boom Bop. What's Boom Bop? Jotaro versus Gon? I would probably put Jotaro, since Gon shouldn't be fast enough. You like country? I'm not the biggest fan of country. I think I've yet to find a song, a country song that I've liked. I'm willing to give different music from around the world, like, tries. I don't think I'm entirely, like, against anything. After I realized that, like, okay, I might fuck with, like, 1 or 2, I guess 3 in this case, Bad Bunny songs, even though I hated him for so long, I said, fuck it. What do you think of Maki and Omen? That's a rough one, dude. That's a rough one. Omens. I think it's interesting to see that Emu potentially has a power system that is completely separate from Devil Fruits and even from Haki. One that essentially borders on this idea of demonic energy. I'd like to see a little bit more of for it, since it's a type of jazz music. What are you talking about? Like Tribe Called Quest. Bim Bop? You said Boom Bop. The Reddit situation is hilarious. I don't care. Boom Bop. Whoa.
Oh man. To take sound.
This isn't bad. Not my preferred kind of chill aesthetic. I've learned that, like, I need songs with a consistent, like, high-end beat if I really want to, like, care for it. You think Luffy is going to use Mini Gear 4 or Immediate Gear 5? I think he has to go Immediate Gear 5. I don't think Base Luffy's keeping up at this point. I really don't think. Anyways, I saw people making Emu X Zebek fan art. I'm just letting you know, nothing else. Alright. Sure. The ear blessing melody of edits is back. You need to be calm in order to use Future Sight, if I remember correctly. What the type of music? Yeah. Done for, so you can move on to Peak. Yeah, I'll be moving on to Peak soon. Bro, Emu will start yapping with the Void Century in a few chapters. Trust. I hope he doesn't. I really hope he doesn't. I hope you get an idea of what the Void Century is around Laugh Tale. This guy called West. as potentially being the greatest shonen arc, even without the Mihawk glaze, I can't lie. Is Maki the opposite of Haki, since it seems to be a power granted from submitting and obeying? I think it does. It does seem to be a power that is derived from giving up, basically giving into negative feelings like greed, jealousy, avarice, etc., and essentially through a covenant allowing them to gain power. It's like, which I guess it does make sense within the context of a devil's fruit, because it essentially makes the deal with, like, strength is an attribute people naturally crave. That craving can easily be satisfied via corruption. Yeah. So it's like, you have two ways of earning power. Either earning it yourself, either earning that kind of power yourself by, fighting, living out your ideals, and essentially, yeah, just going out of your way to put in the work in order to get the result you want. Or you can kind of just, like, allow yourself to be corrupted, and then, yeah, just make a covenant that just naturally grants you said power. When their envy drives them, they'll achieve power. Those three things together form a trinity known as dominion. Shall I grant thee the power of God? In one step thou would go far beyond humanity. Yeah. I don't want it. Crackle. Wheeze. So God's dominion, that's your power? Sounds more like a deal of the devil with me. Is there a difference between a god and the devil? I mean, to be fair, Emu does kind of have a point there. Like, what is the difference between the god and the devil, besides, I guess you could say, like, a moral compass? Right? A covenant? A Halo reference? What's good, John? How you doing, man? How do you think Loki scales to old gen? I think Loki might high-key be, like, on the stronger end of old gen. Here's the thing. You cannot sit here and argue that Loki doesn't at least scale decently well against the old gen. As of right now, he might unironically be, like, the closest bridge we might have as a character. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm being very serious about this. I genuinely am believing that, like, Loki might unironically be probably the only bridge we have. There's no other character that necessarily has fought a character from the past that is still about as strong as they were back then. You know what I mean? Especially a character from the past that, though we don't have any, like, direct, objective, like, full-on fights, even though we don't have, like, any direct, objective, full-on fights between, like, Rox, Zebic, or, like, what's-his-face, Harold, besides, like, a few of their clashes, which never really resulted in, like, an objective winner. We did see that, like, Rox was at least powerful enough to fight Harold, and Harold was at least powerful enough to fight Rox. There's some level of relativity. So we do have this bit of a situation where Harold, for a fact, did become stronger by obtaining a covenant, by obtaining a deep sea contract. Not just a sea contract, but a deep sea contract. And now he's in a position where, like, yes, you could say that Harold was holding himself back, allowing Loki to destroy him, but Loki did still perform the feat, right? Loki still did wipe him out and completely overpower that immortality, so then you kind of have to ask yourself, okay, sure, right? Sure. Like, Loki is at least relative to the past gen, but he's not, like, objectively stronger or anything, and Harold was holding himself back. It's one of these things that I think Oda does on purpose, and it's a pattern that I've noticed a lot from Oda, where, as a writer, Oda leaves things up in the air. He leaves certain situations like this, again, he leaves certain situations up like this that essentially allow him, or at least allow a lot of breathing room for the scaling, where, yeah, if I were to say, well, yeah, Loki does outscale a good portion of the, having no context for any of this, I choose to believe that this dude is just punching boulders like Chris Redfield until someone proves otherwise. True. Would you still love me if I said you eat beans? I will fucking time you out. No, I'm timing you out for that. You get a 1 minute timeout for that. But yeah, trolling about Sabo again. I'm crying. Well, to be fair, the old gen, even if the Emu they fought was weaker, they did more damage to him, and none of them were in their prime aside from Rox and maybe Garp. Yeah, you can argue that. You can argue that Garp wasn't. You can argue that Garp isn't necessarily at his peak right now, because you can argue the same thing for Roger. If you can argue that like Roger isn't at his peak, you can argue that Garp isn't at his peak because they're meant to be rivals to an extent. I mean, neither of them is ever necessarily portrayed to be stronger than the other, and I don't know if I would necessarily agree with Garp being at his prime, though. You could definitely have to argue that you can't argue that Rox isn't at his prime at least, and just completely and not just completely good slash be like Luffy would make the conflict between Joy Boy and Emu peak. How so? Can you expand upon that a little bit? If Rainren had this scale and had mana off with Merlin, how can we measure who has more mana in this context? If Rainren had this scale, right? What do you mean by has this scale? I have a question. The other day I saw a matchup between Merlin and Freyren. I believe Merlin wins, but then I thought, we know Aura has scales that measures your mana and your foe's mana. If Freyren had this scale and had mana off with Merlin, how can we measure who has more mana in this context? Well, considering that Merlin is a character from a completely separate series, there's no way to measure it. There's kind of no way to measure it. You can probably measure it through some extent if, like, you find a feat of Merlin in Seven Deadly Sins, for example, tiring out to a heavy extent, maybe from using a ton of magic, and then you perform the same thing with Freyren. I mean, it still has to fall to some extent interpretation, since you're essentially trying to compare two series with completely different forms of magic, with completely different potentially different ways of quantifying their magic. And there's no, like, direct bridge to say that, like, one spell that one casts uses up more magic than another, or whatever, so there's no, like, direct way of comparing them unless you have, like, some way to imply that that the amount of magic that you have in either Freyren or Seven Deadly Sins directly scales to some quantifiable metric, and then to somehow compare those quantifiable metrics. It's so weird. You haven't lost because people think you're trolling. 2P starts to introduce angelic vegetables on the moon that are completely unaffected by hockey, and they can swim but can't run or something silly. Emu's mouth is frying the fuck out of me. Yeah, it does look pretty funny. I thought this was, originally, when I saw a picture of this on the internet, I thought for a second, I legitimately thought for a second that somebody had taken, like, Kaido's panel where he's, like, yelling about Linlin losing, and they basically just painted Emu over it. I legitimately thought this for, like, a good second. It was, what, like, 139? No, it wasn't 139, it was 142. It was 142. Yeah, it was right here. No, it wasn't 142, it was the one before this. Yeah, I thought people took this image of Kaido and essentially just put, like, Emu above it. You know what I mean? I was flabbergasted for a second. I was like, no way this was an actual fucking panel. Oda really must have liked this pose. When Oda had Kaido do this, man, he really must have liked it. Also, the fact that Emu's, like, objectively bigger than Kaido in this case is crazy to me. Have a smaller jaw? That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Emu really said, I'm putting this immortality and this instant regeneration to work. I am dislocating my jaw and there is nothing anyone can do or say otherwise to stop me. Bro was fucking dislocating the fuck out of that jaw just to yell, isn't that right, Joy Boy? Philosophically speaking, absolute freedom isn't necessarily good because it leads to anyone doing whatever they want with no rules, which leads to chaos. I think there must be a balance. I think that's a good point. The version of Luffy, the version of absolute freedom that Luffy's looking for is essentially the most idealized way of looking at freedom, where everybody does their own thing. Everybody does what they want. Everybody does their own thing, but they do not necessarily, like, try to trample on others' beliefs. By the way, I love this moment right here where Loki does attack Emu with Ragnar, and you just have Ragnar with a little fucking squirrel face right here. I just love this so much. Many people in One Piece are named after birds. Emu, Doflamingo, Crocodile. I don't think Crocodile is named after a bird. Is there a fucking... I'm not gonna Google search this because I don't think my FBI agent is gonna fucking believe I'm a fucking idiot, alright? Even with the context of the stream, they'll be like, birds named crocodiles. Is it possible Joy Boy might originate from one of the 20 royal families that was built? I think Joy Boy is at least the champion. Joy Boy is stated to be the champion of the ancient kingdom. So I don't believe so. So a nameless one from the planet from Planetscape Torment is crazy powerful. In the ending, he regains thousands of years of experience and reuniting with a sentient, separated mortality. That's interesting. Are you talking? What's up, Drake? Are you talking about D&D? I generally hope Sabo takes down a Gorosei. Like, who would be the final opponents of the Gorosei before they die? Good point. Emu kind of looks like a combination of past opponents. He does. He does. Is it true that One Piece solos? I think it is. I think it is true that One Piece solos. We live in a society. Yeah, Luffy's kind of tripping. We live in a society. We do live in a society, bro. With your search history, that would be what's my search history, bruv? What's my search history? Live stream, Nico, Robin, Kaido, joke about Israel equals YouTube jail. Is Bubsy the Fractured Furry Tales the worst platformer? Like, what are we talking about here? What search history are we talking about? I think the only other thing I've got here is like Smiling Friends and what was it? Me watching Ted with my girlfriend. Yeah, I don't have anything crazy in my search history. Yes, it's more D&D, got you. Emu's down bad for reacting to his ex Joy Boy like that. It's been 800 years, bro. I mean, when somebody... You watch Abba and Peach too? Yeah, I've been watching a bit more of Abba and Preach lately. I definitely do enjoy a lot of their takes. I think they have a very... I think for the most part, they do have very, like, level-headed takes. I think it was, like, about a month ago I really started getting into them. Loki versus the Naruto versus Wen. Dude, don't make me do that. Don't make me do it, because then I'm going to have to tell people that Loki unironically steps on the Ten Tails, and people are going to get mad at me for it. Your FBI agent needs to look at the fairy tale chapters you read. No. My FBI agent just needs to look at the fairy tale chapters that you recommend me. Anyway, so back to this. All right, let's just get through some editing. I do want to get this out of the way, so... If the video ends up being boring, if the rest of the stream ends up being boring to you guys because I'm on the background just basically editing, I'm sorry. You know, I don't mean to make things boring for you guys, but I do need to get some work done. I haven't had a chance to edit this whole week. I mean, I did have a chance yesterday. I just kind of got home like around 4 p.m. and I was like, bro, I'm having lunch. I was just having lunch, bro. I was not doing it. You have free will, Unk? Yes. And I also have a channel where people try to tell me their power scaling takes, etc. And you keep telling me under the guise that, hey man, there's a very important feat that you need to look at in chapter 241 of Fairy Tale, and then it ends up actually being feat and not F. It ends up being F-E-E-T and not F-E-A-T. So yeah, what if the Colossals over Men and Elbat belongs to the god of war that fought the Sun God, and that's hinting to the scale fight we'll get to end of series? I think that'd be interesting. I don't think that would be a bad. I don't think that would be a bad take. I actually wish that the sword would come into a bit more play. I do wonder what the hell caused this blade. It clearly had to be something even larger than the ancient giants, but we'll have to see. You play Taking Ben? What the fuck is taking? Is this a Ligma? Is this a Ligma? This sounds like it's a Ligma. This 100% sounds like it's some kind of a Ligma, and I fell for it entirely. Fuck. Now I'm gonna get hit with a crazy ass Ligma right now. Damn, it's starting to rain hard. I'm waiting for my girlfriend to come back so I can go inside. I'm stuck in the car. That AC barely works. Unfortunate state of affairs. Talking Ben, my fault. Alright, I was about to say, this sounds like the craziest fucking Ligma. I was sitting here for like a second thinking, what the fuck does Taking Ben mean? Taking Benadryl? Taking Bendy's nuts? I don't know, like, that definitely sounded like Talking Ben. I don't know what Talking Ben is. There are no feat shots in Fairy Tail chapter 241 in a Fairy Tale. Was giving a random fucking chapter. Jesus Christ, you just have to be right, don't you? Oh, that's loud. That's fucking loud. No fucking way. Alright. Alright. Alrighty then. We're just gonna drop this down to like what? Like minus 31. Beast has been powered. Let's go up to like 41. Eon likes feats for scaling purposes. Alright. Do you still have CDs despite being in the Big 26? What, CDs nuts? Yeah, alright. The dog I show Speed plays with. Yeah, CD's nuts.
How's it going, everyone?
What is the dreamy synth music you use? Ergo around 6:30 in your law video. I've heard it somewhere else. Wonder if people are copying your style. To be fair, I technically start off by copying Six's style from in terms of like the music that I used when I first started making content. It's fine. You said 6:30 of the law video? Sure. I can check it out. 6:30. No, I don't know anything about iShow Speed. The only thing I know about iShow Speed is that the guy is a very popular YouTuber, likes Fortnite, likes not content creator, just Twitch streamer, likes what the fuck is happening here? Why does alright, we're just redoing this. It's crazy I can get 111,000 views on a video and I can't even meet those numbers 2 years later, bro. Fuck me. Did you have dinosaurs back in the day? Alright. No, this just doesn't want to work. Alright, whatever. Let's just I don't know why YouTube's being so slow.
Implied multipliers for second gear and fourth gear.
I mean, the music isn't mine anyway.
Split his opponent Virgo, who was completely coated in armor.
This music? Oh, that's just this is the song I was actually referencing just now. Six from Tokyo. Yeah, he used to put this song a lot back in his old videos, so I like throwing it into mine every now and then. It used to be like one of the main songs I used for most of my content, but now I kind of like switch it up.
To counter his devil fruit. The important part here, one should
Peter, check out the
Virgo,
pinned comment.
because being covered in armament hockey gives the
Yeah. I probably will be using that song here.
How's it going, everyone?
A topic of conversation within the context of One Piece power scaling that has become a bit more prevalent throughout the last few years is whether or not Kaido the Beast has been power cliffed. This is one of those topics that can easily have a person on either end of the spectrum, depending entirely on how they choose to view certain feats and how much information they remember within the context of the story. I can definitely say that even for me, it's extremely difficult to fully remember every minute detail or character name simply because we're talking about a series with almost 1,200 chapters. Regardless, I need a cover for this. One Piece covers. I want a cover that has a lot of characters in it. Not just the Straw Hats. Ooh, wait, actually. This one? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're gonna use this one. When do you plan to do a stream with your girl? She works, bruh. Maybe on a weekend day. Maybe like on a weekend afternoon I can do it with her. Maybe if I do like a late afternoon or late night stream, but there's no way. I saw the gameplay you put in the background of the debates. I noticed you use summons. Yes, I use summons. Is there a fucking problem? Oh, we're gonna do the whole, oh man, he uses summons instead of fighting the boss raw dog without being blindfolded at level 1 with a mod on his game that instantly one-shots him if he takes even a spark of damage or he looks left in the slightest bit. Oh yeah. And he also must play with his feet instead, and while having his arms completely tied up and having hot oil poured down his back. Like, no, I'm not. Dude, I play Souls games, I beat them, I use the mechanics that I'm allowed to use. Also, Blackbeard's plot armor is strong. Law could have amputated Blackbeard when he did his re-room. I don't know why he went for the flying creature, because I'm pretty sure Law thought I can just make him fall into the ocean. Can't solo Undead on Luck, so title is wrong. Fair enough. Frankie versus Genos. Genos from Saitama? I have no idea. From One Punch Man? I have no idea. Kaido, the Kane, Kaido stands for kindness. Yeah. You saw all those people he made smile. You saw all those big smiley faces that the people had for this fucker. It's difficult to fully remember every minute detail or character name simply because we're talking about a series with almost 1,200 chapters.
Regardless, one thing, because we're talking about a series with almost 1,200 chapters. Regardless, one thing that I can tell you is that whether or not you believe Kaido has been power crept, the simple truth is that the concept does exist within the context of the story, and Kaido is not exempt from it. But before we even talk about the possibility of Kaido being power cliffed, we must first set up a definition. Power cliffing can be described
L plus skill issue plus no maidens plus IBER with no summons plus, of course, you mentioned feats. Alright. Alright. You must use a Donkey Kong bongo controller or the boss fight doesn't count. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, that's exactly what... But I do have actually, yeah, that whole fucking thing is wrong because I do have a maiden. I appreciate it, Sworn him. Genos versus pre-war guy would be a fun topic. Genos from One Punch Man. Dude, that would mean I have to read One Punch Man. Actually, would any of you guys just be down to debate that topic on the stream? I don't know anything about One Punch Man, but I do know enough about Naruto. I feel like I can be unbiased enough to just choose a character depending on what information is presented to me. Would you still love me if I said grass is green? Yeah, I would still love you if you said grass is green. You just stated a fact. Read One Punch Man. Let's go. I'm not reading One Punch Man. I do not care for Saitama as a character. I think Saitama to me is super fucking boring, and the other characters just do not do it for me.
Power cliffing can be described as a consequence of power creep in a series where there is an immediate jump in strength, speed, durability, hacks, or overall capabilities that completely overshadows any previously established scaling. The biggest distinction for when a series is...
Okay. I need to go find the script real quick because I am not typing all that up again. Would you love me if I eat cheese? I love cheese, dude. Honestly, I would love anyone if they eat cheese, even if they were lactose intolerant. My girlfriend's lactose intolerant. So that would actually be backed up by evidence. Most likely lost, bro. Only won against fodder. That's crazy. Guys, is Genos... Guys, is Genos a fraud? Is Genos, so she lacks toes? How does she buy shoes? Ha 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 ha! Wow, ha, that was really funny. Wait, that was really funny. Wait, that's a whole knee slapper. You guys heard that? That was me slapping my knee. What a knee slapper! That was comedy gold. All right, let's do this. Ah, go away. There we go. All right. What would you do if your future son told you that Shanks beats Mihawk? I would probably tell them, hey, you're allowed to have that opinion. I don't know if I would have that opinion myself. Hopefully when I have a son, if I have a son, if and when I have a child, One Piece is already over, so I can tell them whether or not they're wrong on this conversation. I am pissed. Okay, you really don't need to let the world know you're pissing yourself. Jesus Christ. I think it's even funnier that you have a picture of Barack Obama. I think it's... That's actually kind of funny. Picture Barack Obama saying, I am currently pissing myself. I stopped going to IHOP when they stopped serving crispy breakfast bread. I'm lactose intolerant. What the fuck? I thought you were gonna say I stopped going to IHOP when they started banning people for getting into fights at 1 a.m. Wait, no, that's Waffle House. Fuck. That's Waffle House. Dude, Waffle House is crazy. Waffle House is a fucking... I don't even know how to describe Waffle House to people. It's like this mythical location of, like, American culture where, for whatever reason, people just randomly fucking attack each other. There's just, like, constant infighting, and just... It's not a safe place for anyone, but then when you, like, go there yourself, like, nothing happens. I really wish I could go to a Waffle House when, like, a shit show happens. Waffle House power scaling. I'm just saying, if you can fight at a Waffle House and win, you can probably go to like the UFC and take on any professional fighter. I would put money on that. I would actually put money on that. A person that can consistently go to Waffle House every week and come out on top, go undefeated, bro. Yeah, you got it, bro. You got it. I would put $100,000 of money I don't have just to see that kind of fight, bro. Especially in the UFC. What, 17 more years? I can always start again. The Waffle House even has bulletproof windows. There's no fucking way. There's no way they have bulletproof windows. That's so funny. Guy who has the best Waffle House fight record scaled to universal. That's what I'm saying, but people for the most part don't want to ever... People never even want to remotely entertain that though, you know? It's kind of crazy. Okay.
Of Kaido being power cliffed, we must first set up a definition. Power cliffing can be described as a consequence Power cliffing can be described as a
No, in the PH we got murdering. We got people getting murdered for singing "My Way" wrong toned. That's crazy. Damn near boundless if they fight every single morning. Power scale Filipino karaoke singers. Oh, that's funny. I read the manga for Inuyasha and he is planetary with FTL feet, so he solos Naruto? Sure. Inuyasha's planetary? That's interesting. If Luffy was real and existed in this world, then his favorite restaurants would definitely be Arby's. Alright, yeah, because they got the meat, right? Yeah. Okay.
The biggest distinction for when a series is going through power cliffing usually comes from a feat or statement that blatantly implies an immediate jump in power. Some examples of this can be Madara's introduction to the Fourth Great Shinobi War, Ryomen Sukuna eating 15 fingers and wiping out 140.
When the fuck do I... We're talking about, regardless, I could tell you the biggest difference, jump in power.
Within the context of the story, and Kaido is not exempt from it. But before we even talk about the possibility of Kaido being power cliffed, we must first set up a definition. Power cliffing can be described as a consequence of power creep in a series where there is an immediate jump in strength, speed, durability, hacks, or overall capabilities that completely overshadows any previously established scaling. The biggest distinction for when a series is going through power cliffing usually comes from a feat or statement that blatantly implies an immediate jump in power. Some examples of this can be Madara's introduction to the Fourth Great
Okay.
Madara's introduction to the Fourth Great Shinobi War.
You didn't really miss much. We were just talking about scaling. What do you think about Emu's Demon Maki thing? I think it's an interesting concept to have a power system that essentially revolves around the idea of giving up yourself to these negative emotions or feelings in order to gain power through an easy method of a covenant. I think giving your soul to another being, or I guess in this case your willpower to another being like Emu, would grant you natural capabilities that would surpass normal human. Well, I never denied what? Gaimon one time speed blitzed Eon, then smacked him into the next mountain? Who the fuck is Gaimon? Who the fuck is Gaimon? Which Gaimon are we fucking talking about? There's like 1,000, well, probably like 20 or 30 Gaimons in fiction or some shit. I don't know, man.
Madara's introduction to the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Ryomen Sukuna eating 15 fingers and wiping out 140 meters. Madara's introduction to the Fourth Great Shinobi War.
We're gonna do the Madara fight.
Ryomen Sukuna eating 15 fingers and wiping out 140 meters from Shibuya. Basically the entirety of DBZ since every saga massively power cliffs the previous arc, and of course, Kaido's first fight against Luffy.
Just proved he's a One Piece LARPer. What does that mean? Going back to work for a while? Good luck, have fun with the stream. I appreciate that, John. Have a good day, man. The D in Kaido stands for dazzling. Intelligence? Alright. Bro doesn't know the legend of Gaimon. I know a couple of Gaimons. You're gonna have to be a bit more specific if you're gonna try to hit me with some bullshit.
Madara's introduction to the fourth
How you doing, Lazarus? Okay, we need a clip of Madara, we need a clip of Sukuna, we need some stuff for DBZ, and, yeah.
Basically the entirety of DBZ since every saga massively power cliffs the previous arc.
Gaimon is the forest god. Oh, Gaimon as in, like, the guy in the chest. Right. The guy in the chest. Yeah. One Piece power cliffing. That's what we're currently working on. What episode? Does Madara fight the Shinobi Alliance? 322. Alright. Also, one of my favorite websites got fucking deleted. It got wiped out. I can't watch free movies anymore. All you need is kill. There is no way this movie's out already. The leaked movie is here. You just have to make an account. How the fuck do I make an account? Actually, you know what? I don't care. Do you have any plans for the DBZ video? Not yet. I still need to think of a way to do that, but yeah. Potential Man, Megumi versus Useless Mid. That's just mean. Why you gotta call him Potential Man Megumi? Naruto. Naruto. Probably gonna be ass, but doesn't matter. I mean, I don't personally care for Avatar. My girlfriend actually came at me for that. I was like, I'm sorry. I watched Avatar as a kid. It was just okay. Avatar as a series, to me, was just okay. It was a good series. I don't think it had anything wrong with it. I just don't think that the series was... I just didn't care for it as much as people seem to think that you have to care for it. I don't know. If only Megumi was here, yeah. Alright, let's take this one. No, this is not going there. We're going to Naruto. And I'm gonna have to make a... oh, fuck me. Alright. 322. I already have it. Okay, so if I already have it, then it doesn't matter. Let's go to DB... Dragon Ball. Guys, what episode does... Fight. Actually, you know what? What episode does Goku defeat Kid Buu? I'm just gonna look this one up instead. 285. Jesus. Not interesting. Yeah, we'll use this. I have to make a whole new... No, Dragon Ball. $286 Z. Okay, so we'll set Dragon Ball all the way back here. We'll set... let's see. Let's do Naruto. We had Dragon Ball. We have Naruto. We have JJK. I need a clip of JJK. I have the Shinjuku Showdown stuff that I never got. I never kept. Fuck me. Okay. What was episode 2? Just once.
Yuji?
This was Sukuna fighting Mahoraga, yeah. Yeah, this was Yuji fighting Sukuna fighting Mahoraga. I'm not gonna play the videos. I'm just breaking them apart. I'm just putting them in. I'm throwing them in. What's good, Michael? How you been, man? Gonna get that CR hit real quick. Nah, we're not gonna get any copyright strikes. We're not getting any copyright hits. I haven't actually done anything. They can't hit me with a copyright strike for having like less than 2 seconds worth of a sound. Saying I like it, but I don't love Avatar, and for all the glaze it gets, the power system's overrated. I think it's fine for the most part. I think that it definitely has a couple of flaws, like with certain parts of Korra, but besides that, like, even OG Avatar, I was like, I like it, it's a cool show. There were moments that clearly made me laugh as a kid, especially when, like, Aang first met that, like, one of the first villages that Aang meets, where, like, he spins a bunch of, like, little, these little, like, balls, or, like, what was it? Aang spins beads or something. It was something like that, right? It was something like... No, not that. Not that.
Now, check.
I like this scene. Like, this scene I really did like as a kid. But besides that, for the most part, with Avatar, I'm just like, yeah, it's alright. It exists. It's okay. Do you think the Totsuka blade can seal Emu if it was to land? I think so. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to say that the Totsuka blade can seal away Emu. I don't really have an issue with that. Like, I've never had an issue with abilities like the Totsuka blade, or so I had this. I need the Naruto one, so let's look for that real quick. I've never had issues with, like, certain abilities working as intended and performing, or, like, let's say, having the capacity to maybe take down a character or two. Like, I'll put it like this. If, let's just say for a single moment, right? Let's just say for a single moment that, we sat here and agreed to the idea. What, you know, wait, 1 second. You know, recent slander is like the Great Pirate Era. How do you reinvent slander of all things, even though it existed for years? True. What's your ranking on the Seraphim by strength? I have nothing to go off of. Those people haven't seen airbending in a century. That shit must have been magic to them. That's what I'm saying, though. I also would have been super fucking surprised if I saw some random guy just fucking spin beads in his fucking hands. That's pretty funny. But doesn't Emu's powers defy logic and reason? Not necessarily. I don't know what exactly about them defies logic and reason. And I don't know why that would stop the Totsuka blade from working as intended. The ability is not the issue, it's the speed blitz argument. Yeah, I mean, for all the glaze the power system gets... could you explain to me what glaze the power system gets? Not for argument's sake, but I'm just not sure what exactly you mean. So just to go back real quick. I think... Fuck, what were we talking about? I lost my point. Oh, right, Totsuka blade. I think, like, let's just make the argument real quick that, like, the Naruto verse was, like, millions of times faster than the One Piece verse, right? Let's just say for a single second that, if things were written differently,
the Naruto story has more consistent, better defined, more objective, like, FTL feats. They even have, like, a feat that, like, somehow quantifies, like, the characters to, like, or a statement right there that quantifies the characters, like, I don't know. Let's just say, like, the Raikage is stated to be 1.8 billion times the speed of light, and most other shinobi are stated to be, like, I don't know, 1.0 times the speed of light. 1.0 billion times the speed of light, right? Like, just 1 billion times, or some shit, right? According to some people, Goku is weaker than Aang. I mean, they can believe that. It's not necessarily... Here's the thing. I don't personally care if somebody goes out of their way to say... If somebody were to go out of their way to say, like, oh, Aang beats Goku, I don't personally care, dude. I'm not gonna go into this, and I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna debate. I'm not gonna do that. $1 billion, but every time you shower, you have to shower with a homeboy? Are you taking the deal with a homeboy? Do I have to visibly look at them? Do we have to face each other while we shower? Can it be like a back-to-back thing where, like, we're not making any physical contact? I'm staring at one side of the bathroom, he's staring at the other side of the wall. We basically grab our towels, we dry up, we cover up, we never make physical contact, we never look at each other, and we just walk out? Yeah, I'd probably do it. If it's under those circumstances, I'd probably do it. No, you don't have to look at each other. No? Alright, shit. Then at that point, I'm making $1 billion. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna earn that fucking money. If I don't have to touch them, look at them, or even make physical contact with them, or even have a conversation with them, then fuck it. What do I care? What do I care? Just Google bending or search it on YouTube. People say it's the greatest power system in fiction. I mean, that's fine. They can believe whatever they want. I don't personally have an issue. What episode does Luffy... lose to Kaido the first time? Episode 914. 914, 914. 914, 914. No, I don't have 914. No. No. Alright. I already do it for free, might as well. Alright. Alright. Alrighty then. I have a friend that would probably still say no. I have a friend that would probably be like, nah. Wait, does that mean that, like, for example, if I wanted to shower with my girlfriend, right? If I wanted to shower for my girlfriend, you know, to save water, right? Because I just want to save water with my girlfriend. Are you telling me that, like, oh shit, that's right. Oh yeah, when Luffy decides to fucking off-guard Kaido. Luffy blatantly decides to off-guard Kaido. Yeah. Tomorrow, Ian. TMI, Ian. I just got here. Alright. Norizion. The fuck is Norizion, man? Library, thumbnails, videos. Like, let's just say like under the context that, like, let's say I wanted to, you know, shower with my girlfriend. Does that mean that now she must shower with me and my friend? Does that mean that, like, she would have to do it then with us? If you want to shower with your girl, you gotta have your homeboy in there too? Okay, but there's nothing stating that even if he's in the shower, what fucked up evolution is Norizion? That's what I'm asking. Like, is it like the wind? Is it like the flying evolution? Guys, what do you guys think Norizion, what type do you guys think would be? Like, maybe like noxious? Nah, that wouldn't be like a poison type? No, it wouldn't be a poison type. Maybe, no, it can't be grass type because there's already a grass type. I was gonna say like maybe like Nori, like some kind of like weird meal or whatever. Maybe there's already a water type evolution too, so you can't even say Vaporeon, right? I don't know, man. Okay, I'm over it. I don't personally care. Okay, let's actually start editing. Remember when people thought, yo, I'm still surprised to this day people genuinely think this fucking meteor. I'm still surprised to this day people still think this fucking meteor is like 10,000 feet tall or some shit. Like 1,000 meters long or some shit, bro. This thing is like 80 meters at best. It is crazy to think that this thing right here is like 80 meters at best, dude. Yeah, we'll use this scene right here. Yeah, this is a good scene. This is not power of your creation. Oh, that's a long time.
Oh yeah, they started dropping their weapons and stuff. They were like, yo, there's no way. Is this the power of a fucking god? Man. Yo, I remember seeing, I think like in the English dub, there was like one shinobi. Oh yeah, this guy. I was like, man. every time I see this dude talk, every time I rewatch the scene, I would just think to myself, like, outside of the dialogue that this guy actually says, I'd be like, man, shinobi genetics are some crazy shit. Huh. Yeah, we'll just set it up there. Metal? No. Riz Eon. No, I get what you mean now, but like, now we're talking about whether or not it's an evolution. So it's the metal type. Wait, no Riz. No Riz. What would Riz count as a Pokemon type? I guess like a fighting type? Like a fighting type maybe? Yesterday I was told Kid Choji giant form is 700 meters. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, some people really overestimate the sizes of these things. I saw a video of two guys going back and forth on like TikTok, because they kept posting it on like a group I'm in. People kept posting it on like a group that I'm in, so it's like two guys are essentially just going back and forth about like how big Choji was or whatever. I'm like, bro, this is funny to me. Conversations like that are funny to me personally. I don't know. Conversations like that are personally really funny to me. Okay, we're just gonna have to separate. You know what? I'm just doing. Okay, we're gonna have to like chop this up a little bit more. We're gonna chop it up here. Excuse me. Can I shorten this out any more? Group. No, it's still too small. What if I... There is no fucking way I deleted the in. Ah! Alright, whatever, what fucking ever, whatever. I just set it back up. It's fine. It is completely fine. There is nothing wrong. We just add another... No. Delete. Add a second sound. Put this in between, yeah. And then let's just throw in this here. Throw that there.
This is one of those topics. Hey, how's it going, everyone? A topic. Hey.
All right, let's push it back a little bit.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? A topic of conversation within the context of One Piece power scaling that has become a bit more prevalent throughout the last few years is whether or not Kaido the Beast has been power cliffed. This is one of those topics that can easily...
What were you guys talking about? A bug type evolution? Ugly. Alright. I saw that text said Kid Choji was 1 billion tons. Yeah, how the fuck do you come to that conclusion? I know people say that because of like the size of the trees. What do you think about High Uni Maharaga through Perfect Sphere? His adaptation doesn't allow him to destroy things he previously couldn't. Let me think about that. Jujutsu Kaisen, Modulo. Was it like this one? No, it was the one previous to this. I mean, he shatters these. He shatters these beams of light. Right? Doesn't allow him to destroy things he previously couldn't. I would say, in this case, he did destroy these beams. Yeah. He's rendered my curse technique completely ineffective, so that's his ability to totally... He devoured my technique to adapt to it. And now that the wheel to stop spinning, is its adaptation complete? Am I going to lose? Push my body and strength? Yeah. He isn't directly dispersing them, and he doesn't affect them. They just don't affect them anymore. No, he's literally breaking them. No, he's literally breaking them right here. They stuck here, and then he just flexes them right off, and they break. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I would agree with that.
Great Shinobi War. Ryo...
all the adaptation. Tech just looked up the average weight of a mountain. Ah, that's why. I mean, you can make yourself as big as you want with the with the super expansion jutsu. I don't know if that necessarily means that your weight's also 100% attributed to it being entirely the same. Let's see. Let's do that. Let's throw anime video crop. Yeah, that's because they don't do anything to him anymore, so he's not just destroying them directly. Literally, all he does is flex.
Great.
No. He's destroying them. He's definitely destroying them. He physically shattered them. Yeah, no, he's definitely shattering them. Do you see how there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here? Yeah, no, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, no, there's a lot of them. Like... Well, this isn't Gege's art. This is another manga artist, but yeah. Never said that he didn't shatter them. I said he didn't destroy them. I would say shatter is... I don't know about that. What do you mean he doesn't destroy them directly? What do you mean he's not doing it directly? I don't understand what you mean by that. Can you try to, like, explain what do you mean by directly? Because I would say that me flexing my body and shattering light that I've adapted to automatically means that I've directly affected it. No, I'm aware it's interpretation. I'm aware it's his interpretation. That's fine. I'm just trying to like see where the thought process is. Literally never dodges a single beam, and how can he have universal durability when air resistance from going at the speed below the speed of light, therefore he's getting damage? I mean, if it hits his body and it breaks, he's not hitting it and it's breaking. No, it doesn't break as soon as it hits his body. He literally flexes it right off of him and it breaks. It only breaks when you see him flex it off. Yeah. You really only see him flex it off. Like, there's no indication here that they're shattering before he does it.
Ryomen Sukuna eating 5th.
Sage, Naruto curb stomps. Big Mom? Is BM Big Mom? I'm assuming that it is.
Ryomen Sukuna.
Okay, yeah, so that's the Ryomen Sukuna one. Okay, so now we have to edit this one. I don't think I'm gonna need this anymore, and I should definitely... I don't think Mahoraga was adapting to the speed. I think he was adapting to the curse technique. He's adapting to the curse technique, 100%. Let's see... Yeah, it's Big Mom. She's not tanking any attack from Sage Mode Naruto. Buglaman, can you... Okay, let's go through this thought process. Can you explain to me real quick, what version of Sage Mode Naruto are you talking about? Are you talking about Hokage Naruto? Or are you talking about, Sage Mode Naruto from the, Pain arc? Are you talking about Sage Mode Naruto from the War arc? Like, what are we talking about? I'm just trying to clarify here. Okay. That's the domain expansion. Pain arc specifically? Okay. How powerful do you think... how powerful, by chance, how powerful do you think... okay, this is what I needed. This is what I need. How powerful do you think... Just to be clear, how powerful do you think, like, Sage Mode Naruto hits? Like, what's his attack potency? What do you believe is his attack potency? I'm not gonna use... Okay, so we can... So we're gonna use this. You're missing my point. Yes, he flexes them up, but that's not him negating the force. He's just moving his body so they break. I don't agree with that. I mean, that's an interpretation you can have. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. If it's one thing Big Man can tank, it's an attack. Naruto, after Sage Mode training, is fresh off Moon level on a mid-ball at best. How do you get Naruto to Moon level off of his Sage Mode training? Can you explain that to me real quick? I'd love to know how exactly you come to the conclusion that Sage Naruto is Moon level. I would really appreciate it. In the Pain arc? Yeah. How do you get Naruto to Moon level? I'm genuinely curious about that. He needed Sage Mode to lift a big rock, yeah. Okay. Yo, Naruto motherfuckers are not tanking this move. What's up? What's good, Haycon? How you doing, man? Okay, let's cut these and paste them over here. Oh, god damn it. I forgot to do one thing. Hierarchy of D. Okay. So instead, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna grab these two. We're gonna unite them. And then we're going to group them, and then we're going to Ryomen Sukuna eating 15 fingers and wiping out 140 meters from Shibuya. Basically the entirety of Kakashi in the Prior of the Pain arc has Kamui, a fourth-dimensional attack. It's not fourth-dimensional, but sure. That can scale to the Naruto planet itself. Once you're inside Kamui, Deidara tanked it, being moon durability, and Sage Naruto is above that. The amount of mental gymnastics that argument even remotely needed is kind of crazy. Okay. So, Kamui is not a fourth-dimensional attack. It doesn't do anything more than just simply open up a time-space hole to the Kamui dimension. It's not a fourth-dimensional attack. There's no argument you could possibly make for that. Deidara also didn't tank it. His arm literally got removed. I don't know what you mean by tank. Do you mean he survived the attack? I mean, yeah, I guess he would survive an attack that only took out his arm. I don't know if I would necessarily make the effort or go out of my way to
to, you know, make the effort to argue that, oh, of all characters, yeah, no, Deidara, who got his arm completely split off by Kamui, somehow has the durability to tank it, when the... I'm a little shocked you guys are even not comprehending how strong Naruto is. No, I comprehend how strong Naruto is. I don't think you are, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't get the line of logic. Deidara didn't tank a fourth dimensional attack, and even if he did quote unquote tank it, that would make his durability fourth dimensional, not moon level durability. I don't know how the hell you got to moon. How did you quantify Deidara losing his arm to Kamui to somehow mean that he has moon level durability? What's the evidence for that? How did you get that? Also, even if he did have moon level durability, that wouldn't necessarily mean that Naruto has moon level attack potency. Kamui's comparable to the Naruto planet. Deidara walked this off. How is it comparable to the Naruto planet? Can you please explain? Can you please explain to me how Kamui is comparable to the Naruto planet, especially by that point in the series? I'm just like having a tough time understanding what the thought process here. What's your line of reasoning? I'm having like an actual tough time just understanding it. Maybe explain it to me like I'm a child. Explain it to me like I'm a 3-year-old. If you can do me that kindness, I can I'll definitely make the effort to like try to see where you're coming from with this. Oh, wrong thing. Dun 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 dun. Did not walk it off. He lost his arm. Yeah, Kakashi literally took out his arm. Alright, we'll use that scene right here. Classic DBZ. Classic DBG. DBG. Alright. I don't think I need the rest of this. Crop out. I'm just trying to understand here. I'm genuinely just trying to understand how Deidara walks off the Kamui. Kamui is a literal pocket fourth dimension. It's not a fourth dimension. It's vast in scale, if not bigger than the Naruto planet itself. Therefore, the AP of Kamui is planetary. I can include the galaxy metas, but I don't. That's not how that works. Where is it even remotely implied that Kamui is a fourth dimension? Are you saying that because it's a parallel dimension that it must mean, or a dimension that comes from a jutsu, that it must mean that it is fourth dimensional? Because Kamui doesn't necessarily have attack potency to it. It's just I teleport something inside of the dimension. I'm simply teleporting something at a focal point of my eye into a dimension. It's durability negation. It doesn't have attack potency. Kamui doesn't deal actual damage. What it does is it simply hones in on a specific point. For example, Deidara's arms, specifically the center of Deidara's, like, let's say, arm, like the point where, like, let's say the arm bends, like basically like the elbow, right? Kakashi aims it at the elbow. All he's doing is teleporting that small portion of the elbow into the Kamui dimension, and his arm gets ripped out through it because it just had part of its arm sucked in through it. That doesn't equate to attack potency. It's not even remotely ever described to be a fourth dimension, so I still don't understand what the argument is here. Basically, the entirety of DBZ since every saga massively power cliffs the previous arc, and of course, did it not hurt though? I mean, I would say yeah. What do you mean, did it not hurt though? What do you mean, did it not hurt though? I don't get what you mean by that. Kebu...
Are you saying that because Deidara has enough of a pain tolerance? I guess I'm kind of understanding what you're saying. You're saying that because Deidara essentially didn't walk around yelling at the top of his lung, "Ow, ow, my arm, it got removed." Now you're saying that he has like durability on par with a 4D attack? That doesn't translate. You could just say Deidara has high pain tolerance and all he lost was an arm. I'm not saying that it's not impressive to lose an arm and not bitch about it, but you know, I don't necessarily think that's durability in the slightest bit. That doesn't make
Examples of this can
for
be
an argument.
Madara's introduction to the Fourth Great Shinobi War, Ryomen Sukuna eating 15 fingers and wiping out 140 meters from Shibuya, basically the entirety of DBZ since every saga massively power cliffs the previous arc, and of course,
Is that Kamui... I assume the argument is that Kamui took some time to cut Deidara's arms off. I don't think that's their argument. I really don't think that's their argument. Alright, Swornim, can you not... Swornim, let's not be sarcastic here or whatever. It's fine. Just leave it be.
massively power cliffs the previous arc,
Like, let's not be condescending. Just leave it. Yeah. Let's not be condescending. Let's just leave it as it is. I'm gonna be honest with you, Bugleman. Like, I'm not gonna tell you anything like, oh, you're wrong, blah blah blah. I don't care that much either. I just don't agree. I don't really have a reason to agree with the notion that Deidara, for whatever reason, you know, has multi-dimensional, fourth-dimensional durability. It doesn't mean anything. Anywho, of course, since Kakashi bears that level of AP, Sage is hurting Big Mom? Not necessarily. Because Kakashi, again, has a jutsu that sends something to another dimension. It does not have attack potency. The only jutsus that you can necessarily argue of his that have actual real attack potency are Lightning Blade, the Lightning Beast running jutsu, whatever, Fireball, Water Dragon, whatever the fuck other jutsu he has. You can't really argue that, you know, Naruto somehow has fourth dimensional AP or whatever. Anyway, so, because you can't argue those things, since you basically can't argue those things, I'm gonna be so freaking honest with you. There's kind of nothing here. There's kind of like, this argument's kind of a nothing burger. There's nothing here. I don't know what else to tell you. If you can offer to me some actual... If you can offer to me some like actual tangible scaling, not just a high-end, highballed interpretation of something that doesn't even remotely add up, I would probably... I can probably have an actual conversation here, but there's... I really attempted to break it down. Yeah, but the breakdown isn't that good because it essentially falls on this idea that A, for whatever reason, because the Kamui dimension with no objective evidence to back up is somehow a fourth dimension on a higher scale tier dimension that where the Narutoverse already scales, somehow, because it is fourth dimensional, and because Deidara lost his arm to it and didn't yell at the top of his lungs, then that must, for whatever reason, mean that now Naruto has moon-level attack potency. That doesn't add up. I'm sorry. That doesn't add up at all. I understand the explanation. I understand the breakdown. I appreciate it, but I don't agree. Guys, I think I might need to head downstairs real quick. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sure, we'll put this one. I'll put a death battle for you guys real quick. I'll have it in the background for you guys. I need to step out.
Have you heard of hymns? They're all about making you look and feel good.
Thanks to science, baldness can be optional because Hims is here to help. 4hims.com is your one-stop solution for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men.
Get started with the complete hair kit for just $5 right now while supplies last and subject to doctor approval. See their website for full details and safety information. This could cost hundreds if you went to another doctor or pharmacy.
So go to 4hims.com/deathbattle. That's FORHIMS.com/deathbattle.
Or hims.com/deathbattle.
The elements
make up every aspect of the world we live in, and no average person can tame them.
But somehow these kids can master them with a vengeance.
Like Aang, the Avatar.
And Edward Elric, the Full Metal Alchemist. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. The Avatar would inevitably be their greatest obstacle.
Man, they'd even go after a kid?
Living among the air nomads, Aang was an energetic and dutiful 12 years old when he learned of his destiny. He was the newest incarnation of the Avatar.
But he totally wussed out, ran away from home, and got frozen in ice for 100 years. What the hell? That's not what I'd do if I found out I was an awesome elemental badass. I'd definitely find a way to make money off that.
Boomstick, he's 12.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I thought somebody rang my doorbell. We'll put this back down for now. Who's Gray? Gray Fullbuster from, And of course, Kaido's first fight against Luffy. Obviously, some of these examples are just to show the concept of DBZ, since every saga massively power cliffs the previous arc, and of course... But yeah, what were we talking about? So, yeah. I understand where you're coming from, Buglaman. I don't agree. If you think that Naruto beats Big Mom, sure, that's fine, but I don't necessarily have a reason to agree with that. I think it's okay, though. Of DBZ, since every saga massively power cliffs the previous arc, and of course, Kaido's first fight against Luffy. Obviously, some of these examples... Kaido's first fight against... Oh, shit. Oh, there it is. Eon, what's Gojo's Infinite Void AP? It doesn't have attack potency. It just downloads a metric fuck ton of information into your brain, causing a lot of brain damage. Mahito's domain expansion works on Superman, then, by his logic, Mahito's 5D. Can Superman stop Mahito? Can Superman... does Superman have any kind of... Okay, let me ask you this. Does Superman have any kind of hacks... Does Superman have, like, any kind of hacks that, like, prevents his soul from being directly affected by people? Like, genuine question. Does Superman have, like, an actual way of, like, stopping people from affecting the contours of his soul? Because if he doesn't, Mahito would unironically solo. No? Okay, so yeah, it's, does he has adaptation, but like, is that adaptation instantaneous the moment that like he's affected? Superman can do anything? Is that like an actual thing, or like does Superman actually just do anything? Or is that like you just saying it because you want to say it? Yo. Luffy got fucking cracked. Death / death itself in DC. Pretty sure he'd know diffs. I mean, wrestling is one thing. Does he have defenses to his soul being manipulated? To the contours of his soul? I'm not asking if Superman has fought with death itself. I'm asking if Superman can stop somebody from affecting the contours of his soul. Okay. I don't need that. I don't need this, and I don't need that. Has shown resistances to a lot of soul-based attacks, so maybe it would take more touches than one, just so Superman wins. All right, that's fine. Can Superman damage the soul? I'm using the Obito argument, the Obito guy's argument. By the way, domain expansion is technically a pocket dimension. I'm aware. Yeah.
Of media that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchy.
I'm going to make this smaller. Yo, this could not have been an easy day for Luffy, man. This was not Luffy's day. I'm gonna be so fucking real. Bro got put down in one hit. It still baffles my fucking mind that Kaido could put Luffy down in one hit. Oh yeah, he does. He fought that can turn the soul into a toy. He fought him? Every single time I've seen... This might just be ignorance on my end, but every time I've seen, like, an interaction between Superman and that guy, maybe it's just a comic book thing, but every time I've seen an interaction between Superman and that, like, Mixie Stiddleplip, or whatever the fuck, he just has to forcibly tell him his name, or make... 1 second. He has to basically make the guy, say his name so that he can, go away, because he just bothers Superman.
Arc, and of course, Kaido's first fight against Luffy. Obviously, some of these arc, and of course, Kaido's first fight.
Let's just...
And of course, Kaido's first fight against Luffy. Obviously, some of these examples are just to show the concept isn't...
That's just a game they play. Sometimes they do have physical altercations. Okay. He didn't destroy Infinite Void? What was that? 230 something? It's like 229. I think he did. Yeah. Yeah, I think he does kind of destroy Unlimited Void. He breaks it. I like how you have to reread 236. Yeah. Yeah, 229. Sure.
Obviously, some of these examples are just to show the concept isn't unilateral to just one piece. You can find it across Madara's introduction to the 4th grade. Obviously, some of these examples are just to show the concept isn't unilateral to just one piece. You can find it across most forms of media that have some kind of involvement with fight piece. You can find it across
One's had a 6D sword, which is ludicrous. Okay. So, like, let me ask you guys a question. So, are we talking about, like, a composite Superman, or are we just talking about, like, a specific version? Because my question more so... Because this is one of the things that, like, I don't like about comic books, where it's, like, if you ask a question about something that the character could have potentially done, like, usually that would be a specific version of the character from some other continuity. And there's, like, multiple different continuities, so it's like, So it's like, would the Superman... Because here's the thing, right? Like, I when I think about Superman, I'm thinking about, like, the Superman... Not Superman, the Justice League Unlimited version of Superman. I'm thinking about, like, the Young Justice version of Superman. You know what I mean? Like, the... Not the DC, like...
cinematic animated universe's version of Superman, right? I'm sure that there's like a feed out there somewhere of Superman performing a domain expansion out there. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different scales for Superman. There's a lot of different interpretations of Superman. I think somebody once told me that like the My Adventures of Superman anime was probably like one of like the weaker or more tamed versions of him. Is a composite Superman. So current Superman is a composite. Current Superman's composite? Fuck me, dude. Alright. This is why I hate comics, man. Comics are such bullshit. Let's go back. Oh, library. Ba 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 ba. After Rebirth, the main Superman is composite? That just sounds stupid. That sounds dumb. Obviously, some of these examples are just to show the concept isn't unilateral to just one piece. You can find it across most forms of media that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchies. So, with that being said, let's talk about One Piece's overall power creep. Starting off,
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I'm back. I was talking to my mom real quick. She just came back and she was checking out my eye because I ended up getting a bruise this morning in my eye. So she was just checking it out real quick. I was just having a quick combo with her. She was just catching me up. So wait, there's like, so the current version of Superman, they bought the rights to. Naruto versus One Piece is done. Did any chance we'll get Bleach versus One Piece? At least Bleach has 10 times multipliers that are straightforward power system based on ki from Dragon Ball. I'm not really gonna do. I'm sorry to disappoint anybody, but like I'm not doing Bleach videos as far as power scaling go. I'm gonna make like 3 more videos on Bleach specifically. My thoughts on the manga, my thoughts on the anime whenever I get around to watching the entirety of the 1,000-Year Blood War, and then I'm gonna make a video just titled "Why I'm Not Scaling Bleach." It's all over the fucking place, and it just essentially revolves around me just believing that the characters can do such specific feats without ever actually having the evidence to back up. Without having a lot of evidence to like back up a lot of it. It's either you agree with the cosmology or you don't. I still love you, Eon, because One Piece does solo. I appreciate that. Naruto versus One Piece also isn't done, at least not for me yet, but yeah. Look at all the comments. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are doing with this stuff, though this is pretty funny. Maybe I overreacted? Yeah, you clearly did. Will you ever scale Dragon Ball? I might do Dragon Ball in the future. I did get paid $50 to do Dragon Ball, so I feel like I'm at least inclined to make one video on it, but I just don't have the time for that right now. I just feel like I took on too many projects at once. I feel like I genuinely took on too many projects. I'm trying to like do too much stuff back to back, and it's I watched this video. Funny enough, I did watch a video in the past, like a week or two ago, that talks about like the idea of procrastination and why people procrastinate, or why people why people go out of their way so hard to procrastinate whenever a task is put in front of them. And a lot of the times it's because the brain sees it as a threat. It's like too many things are happening, therefore too many things are happening back to back to back. Therefore, the brain is essentially doing whatever it can to try and keep its like head, trying to like sort of like keep itself like out of it. Maybe I'm not explaining it the best, but I think with all the projects that I've kind of told myself that I wanted to do, I ended up putting myself in a position where like there's just so much stuff that I feel like I have to do, and because of it, it puts me in a position where like I just don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do next. It makes me not want to do it, and it kind of slows down my thinking process because, excuse me, because now I'm in a position where, you know, I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know what the best way to do things is going to be, right? Like, and this is what I was talking before about maybe even switching up the content of the channel, maybe just starting to slowly stray away from power scaling as a whole. Because at the end of the day, if I do want to make an actual living, an actual like revenue out of this, out of like YouTube as a whole, and not to like alienate like my, you know, you guys or whatever from like any potential fan base, not in that sense either, but maybe I can still talk about anime, maybe I could talk about different things within the anime sphere, maybe review different anime stories, you know, take my capacity to analyze and interpret things and put it towards other forms of anime and manga that doesn't necessarily pertain entirely to power scaling. And I say this mostly just because it then puts me in a situation where I might be able to not only still make content that I want to make, while at the same time not entirely limiting my scope to just power scaling. Especially since with power scaling, the internet as a whole, it's going to have like different iterations and different versions of what it is that people.
the internet is always going to have different ways of interpreting a content creator and seeing them as either good or bad, right? Like, I don't think even people like Mr. Beast, whom I don't personally care for, but I'm not going to sit here and also deny the fact that he does do good things for people, helping people see, giving people food, giving people clean water. Like, as much as like some of the controversies about him, as much as like the controversies that revolve around him, I don't very much care for. For as much as I may not care for said controversies, I guess I should say, it's more so from like the idea that when it comes to like, it comes from like this idea that like people will still find a reason to not like him, right? People will still find a reason to not like certain actors, certain or content creators of any kind. There could be a guy out there whose only content is to sit down and do mukbangs. He and or she could probably not be they could probably not be too skinny or too fat, too ugly or too pretty, yada yada yada. There might just be a very middle down to the road person with like a very nice personality, and people will still find a reason to hate on them. So it doesn't really matter where exactly I go with it, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, maybe my approach to this would be better off in such a way where I can make content that doesn't inherently get such a negative reaction out of people. I don't know. I just know that like what are you talking about? I left for a second. I'm just talking about just content as a whole, because somebody said that like we're done with Naruto. We're done with Naruto versus, or what Naruto versus One Piece is done for. So I'm just trying to clarify that like at least as far as this channel goes, we're not done with it yet. But yeah, I don't know. I'm like iffy on things right now. It also doesn't always feel good to get like constant negative comments. People essentially questioning your intelligence or your, what would the word be here? Your ethics, just because you don't agree with a take that they might have, or just because you see things from a different perspective than they do. I don't think that necessarily gets to me too much, but it is also tiring to have people show up to the chat or whatever every now and then, and having to constantly block people because they want to, just be super disrespectful and stuff. I don't know. I'm just not really. I'm not someone to like really let the negativity get to them too much, but at the same time, I'm also not someone who like wants to be in a mire of negativity. It's just not my thing. No, yeah, people just roll they just troll and rage bait, but it's more so about just having that peace of mind. I don't mind if I get like constructive criticism on some of my content, and I don't mind if like people say like I disagree with this take, etc., etc., etc. I think that's all fine. I think it's completely okay to disagree with someone. I don't think that's necessarily ever been an issue. I'd rather debate Asta versus literally anyone. I mean, yeah. We're here for your content, not for the power scaling, even if it's top tier. I think even if some people don't like you or disagree with your takes, they can't deny the level of effort you put into your videos. No, I think some people do. I think some people actually do. Read my comment above. It's too long to type again. Sure. Did you see how an infinite hotel ran out of rooms? That's what you were suggested for the Black Clover discussion. I watched it years ago, and you should watch it too. I did watch it. It still doesn't make sense to me because it's still infinite. It doesn't make sense to have to move everybody down one room when you can just have the people go down anyway. I don't know, man. The whole, like, infinite thing, there's, like, an infinite levels of infinity, and there's more infinities upon infinities. It's like, no, it's all infinite. If it's infinite, that means it's endless. You can't have more endless than something that's already endless. That just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But yeah. If the hotel has a rational infinite rooms, then if Aleph, cardinality, infinite set of people would come in, it would in fact run out of rooms. What does Aleph cardinality mean? Yeah, that still doesn't make sense. If I have an infinite number of rooms and it doesn't matter how many infinite amounts of people, it doesn't matter if an infinite upon infinite upon infinite upon infinite to the infinite degree amount of people come in, I would still have an infinite amount of rooms. I cannot run out of rooms because it is an infinite amount of room. It's something in math. Yeah, well, that's why I don't use math in real world science and logic. That shit doesn't apply to fiction. It doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. How can you run out of infinity? Then there's no point in infinity. Infinity is a fucking stupid-ass concept then if you're gonna sit here and tell me that you can run out of infinity. That doesn't make any sense. Alpha null is higher of infinity than infinity to the power of infinity. That sounds so fucking stupid. This is why I almost flunked out of fucking calculus and shit back in high school, bro. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, bro. There's just no reason for me to sit here and entertain the idea that, like, oh, and if you have there's an infinite amount of something that can be a greater infinity than an infinite amount of something. That shit sounds so stupid.
Rereading the same story over and over again. You need to keep the codex to save you from time. But that's the thing. But here's the thing. It's not... Why the fuck... You know what? I'm just going to use this image. So what's infinity squared? It's still infinity. If you ask me, it's still just infinity.
Are just to show the concept isn't unilateral to just one piece. You can find...
That doesn't make any sense. But again, the concept of infinity is that there is an endless series of it. So then how the fuck do I run out of an endless series? You cannot run out of something that is endless. If there is no end to it, that means... That's mathematical, infinity plus 1, infinity plus 2, that's imaginary. Okay, so if it's imaginary, then I just don't care. Has no beginning or end, there's no end to infinity, then infinity 2. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make any fucking sense. If we're talking about imaginary numbers at that point, then I just don't care at this point. Once we start talking about, like, the imaginary point of infinity, I just stop caring. Because it's like, okay, so now we're just making shit up. If we're making shit up, then I just don't care. Anyway, I'm not... Yeah, anyway, this whole context of, like, infinity, just put it like this. If you just put it like this, it's just not gonna go in, it's just gonna go, like, in one ear and out the other to me, if we're going into this. Yugi made infinity plus 1, it's simple science and math. I wouldn't call that simple science. As soon as we have to go into, like, this concept of, as soon as we start talking about, like, this concept of, imaginary numbers, that it's no longer infinite, and it's no longer simple math. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. There's no longer such a thing as simple math once we start going into the context of... I love how this topic switched from the how this topic switched. Remember the Von Keys guy who debunked FTL One Piece, debated a guy. I debated him and the guy is questionable. He legit said Kaido couldn't dodge sound and said he's already moving light so he wasn't animated right, so it's not light speed. I mean, yeah, he can believe whatever the fuck he wants. That doesn't necessarily mean he's right. Yeah, half of infinity is still infinity. Infinity plus 1 is still just infinity. Infinity times 50 quadrillion infinities is still just infinity. Like, I don't know, the concept of making up, like, imaginary numbers, just, at that point, I'm just gonna tell the person respectfully, shut the fuck up. If you're not gonna start talking to me about, like, imaginary numbers, I just don't care anymore. Shouts out to Von Key, he's hilarious.
To just one piece, you can find it across most forms of media that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchies. So, with that being said, let's talk about One Piece's overall power creep. Starting off...
Okay, so we'll move this here. Eon, shut your bitch ass. But have in infinity, lesser infinity. Infinity is a concept, not a number. It's just conceptual, bigger. How can you have something that's conceptually bigger than something that is endless? Again, that's just where, like, my mind just goes to, like, this just doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't know, man. Anyway, I'm over this discussion. If you guys want to think that I'm, like, a small-brained fucker or stubborn about it, I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. This is why I also say I just don't do real-world physics or math. It's just like I'm not entertaining that half of that stuff. Let's censor it again. Censor. We'll do this. And then we'll do... Never met a guy that bad at debating. Let me tell you, not watching his entire video was a good call on your end. You would have crashed out. Never met a more pretentious guy. I had a guy tell me yesterday on one of my comments, imagine that you have a line with a start but no end, and a line with no start and no end. Both are infinity in length, but one is clearly longer than the other. Hopes this helps. The fact that it has if infinity is inherently the concept of there being no beginning and no end, just a concept, endless series of something, then the example that you provided where it says there's a start but no end means that it's not inherently infinity then, because it has a start. As someone described before, infinity has no start and no end. So now you actually, if anything, that makes it more confusing. Wait, who said it? Somebody said it. Yeah, infinity has no beginning and no end. There's no end. Yeah, that I'm just confused even more so then. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, guys. I don't personally care.
Concept isn't unilateral to just one piece. You can find it across most forms of media that have some kind of involvement with
I love supporting heterosexuality, Mongolian YouTubers like you. I don't think I'm Mongolian. I don't think I'm Mongolian. I don't think there's any Mongolian in me, but thanks. He contradicted himself all the time. I gave him 20 points that debunked him. He only responded to 14. He legit ignored half my comment because he couldn't accept that he's wrong. That's funny. My ADHD would just filter out everything my hyperfixation isn't interested in, so I tank Infinite Void and Infinite and Eon, and so I tank Infinite Void Eon, and Infinity can have a beginning. Sorry. You can never finish listing the decimal between zeros and 1 because decimals are crowded, so that they outnumber an infinite list of numbers. Yeah, but wouldn't infinity also account for those numbers as well, unless you're specifying like infinite full numbers? Having no start and no end is not the definition of infinity. Infinity is just a quantity. Alright, I think I'm just done with it. Anyway, how is the power cliffing video going? It's fine. I got the... I'm just starting off like the beginning portions of editing, since it's not as big as the last fuck-ass video. It's only like 16 minutes, so I should be able to set up enough images through and through
that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchies. So with that...
It's fine.
of media that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchies. So with that being said,
I have a Mongolian from my Hungarian side. There was nowhere to run, surrounded by mountains when the horde came. Jesus, you...
So...
that sounds crazy. What the fuck? That sounds kind of crazy. Damn. Sorry that happened to your people. Shit.
of media that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchies. So with that being said, let's talk about One Piece's overall power creep.
Made me appreciate the likes of you more.
As far back as
who actually argue and not whine, unless it isn't about the Lightspeed Sukuna. You're just wrong on that, you Mongolian femboy enjoyer. Hey, alright, shit. I mean, sure. I appreciate the kind words. I mean, shit. You wanna go back on that whole back and forth? I'm playing, man. Listen, I don't know. The whole, like, Sukuna being Lightspeed thing, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and also, like, deny the fact that, like, Dabura does necessarily put, like, a hard, questionable cap on that thing, but it's like, I can't deny the fact that he also avoided, an EM wave at point-blank range. I don't know, man. I guess if I were trying to be, like, more serious about it, I guess, sure, I could at least say, like, Sukuna has some relativistic reaction time and to send, like, short-term burst speed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that he can now move at light speed or whatever, and I think it's fine. I don't mind Sukuna not being light speed, to be honest. I don't personally really care. Like, beyond most things, like, and I know, like, it doesn't always come across, I know I don't always come across it, but, like, if enough evidence is present or a completely suitable and different interpretation is, like, afforded, I'm perfectly okay with, like, this idea of, like, just saying, like, you know what, I'm fine with, like, just changing where my scaling goes. I really am. That's also one of the reasons why, like, I never actually like to make, like, a direct claim on something, specifically from a series I've never watched. It's like, with no context for, like, what it is that I'm talking about or what it is that I'm doing, I don't really know if I'm okay with it. Didn't you know you were Mongolian? By the way, I'm not Mongolian. You guys just keep calling me Mongolian for some fucking reason. We'll put it here, and then we separate this. Dude, my fucking cheek. Eon's favorite song ever is Cupcake from Sloppy Joe. I don't know if I have a favorite song ever. I'm not sure if I do even have a favorite song. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I even would say I have a favorite song. My favorite song tends to, like, change sporadically depending on, like, whether or not I find something new or whether or not I come in a specific move. I really do fuck with Glorious. Mute the stream and react to it? Fuck no. Why issue with Dabura's lightspeed is scaling is that Dabura got hit with a Kashimo statement and everybody ran with it. And when it easily came to be, it's simply referring to travel speed. Yeah. Sukuna's movement speed is light speed, but it's not his travel speed. Yeah. What is your cheek hurt? Because I fell earlier today. I tripped over my, my phone fell into the bathroom garbage bin. Into, like, the bathroom garbage bin. It fell from, like, my pocket when I was taking off my pants. Because I sat down I sat down to use the bathroom, and, like, essentially, so, like, it slipped, like, halfway out. It went into the toilet bin. I picked it up. I went to go, like, wipe it down with some, like, alcohol or, like, a tissue. And when I went to go reach for it, my sandals, sometimes, I'm not gonna say, like, I trip on them, but sometimes, like, I guess if I don't raise my foot enough, like, it kind of gets caught. And when that happened, it just so happened to happen in the moment where I was, like, walking right in front of one of, like, our kitchen stools, and I fell over and I bumped my face right next to, like, a metal counter. It was either a metal or a granite counter, and I only say this because, like, there's one on top of the other and, like, slightly shifted. I don't know what the fuck I hit. I was able to stop myself from, like, falling all the way down and hitting my head this morning, but I do have like, what seems to look like a black eye. The best song in history is the dance hall called Gyal Good by Alkaline. Why'd you infer that Genjutsu is useless but Room isn't? Oh, why did I infer that Genjutsu is useless? Because Genjutsu specifically requires the target to have chakra and a chakra network. It only works by manipulating a target's chakra through their chakra network, and Law does not have an entire organ that is specific to the Naruto verse. He does not have chakra inherently. I already talk in all my videos. Did you try to pursue Wonder of You? No, I didn't try to pursue Wonder of You. I don't even care about Wonder of You like that. The doctor can do whatever the fuck he wants. But anyway. But Room doesn't have such a limitation. But, like, it overpowers people with will being laws. No, Genjutsu doesn't overpower. But, like, it overpowers people's will being laws. Will his haki. No, Genjutsu doesn't overpower people's will. Genjutsu manipulates the 5 senses. Gave you a high diff. Yeah, you think you're boundless? What do you mean the bathroom counter gave me a high diff? I wasn't putting up my defenses when I fell. Not to mention I was still, like, kind of half asleep. What the fuck? Motherfuckers out here trying to say I'm not boundless because of a quote-unquote anti-feat that's literally explained by narrative reasoning.
Power creep. Starting off... Oh, right. I have to swap this. Oh, you really can't even tell shit. Starting off... That's so funny. You can't actually tell. Excuses, yeah, excuses, whatever. You guys eat beans. I didn't put up my defenses as fucking diabolical. Yeah, I mean, Naruto is apparently fucking universal, but he took a goddamn hit he took a goddamn hit by a sword. Bathroom counter upscale. That's what I'm saying, bro. Creep. Starting off as far back as East Blue. Listen, Naruto, you probably need it. Okay, and Trey, we're not doing that. I'm gonna time you out for 5 minutes, Trey. Listen. Enthusiasm to have a conversation with someone is never a bad thing, but please don't just go out of your way to call them a fanboy and don't do all that stuff, dude. Come on now. You don't gotta tell them to go get a neuro check. You don't gotta tell them to do XYZ. Just say, we don't agree with the notion that Genjutsu doesn't work, and just leave it like that. You don't have to attack the person, dude. It's never that serious. Come on now, guys. How many times do I have to tell you guys? There's no reason to ever attack somebody just because they believe something. Come on, let's be a bit more evolved. Let's be a bit more humane. Let's be a bit more kind. Come on now. It's only a 5-minute timeout. I'm not gonna make it too long, but please, the scandal just got worse. What scandal? I'm getting distracted. Back to this. Starting off as far back. Okay, we need... What music do we do next? You remind me of my Uncle Ricky. Is your Uncle Ricky... What? I don't want peace. I want I want problems always. All right. No peace. Problems always.
Neurocheck is good for health, maybe. I seriously don't know, Eon. What about flat earthers? I mean, listen, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I'm gonna be the kindest person to a fucking flat earther, but at the same time, there's also no reason to fucking engage with flat earthers to begin with anyway. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, listen, it really just is one of those things. It really just is one of those things where, like, if a person genuinely believes that the earth is flat, I mean, listen, more power to them. I'm not going to agree with them, but I'm also not going to, like, entertain the conversation far past. If you believe that the earth is flat, do with that information whatever you fucking will. I'm not entertaining it. Hit us with the ad money, get your money up. No, because you're the... I'm not just gonna put in a random fucking ad, especially since I know for a fact that you don't have, since you are a premium member, that means that you don't actually get to see the fucking thing. So what about people from the Scientology? When we start talking about what religions work and what religions don't work and what is and isn't a proper religion or whatever, I think like the conversation gets a bit muddied. I'd rather just not doing it. Or some of your streams missing the option to see chat? I don't know. That I honestly don't know. I was watching your previous stream and you asked if precognition could counter Wonder of You Calamity. I'd say no and I'll explain it. Sure, you can explain it. I'm skipping every ad. I appreciate the honesty. I don't mind it if you guys skip the ads. Big Eon need his bread. I mean, sure, but I don't want to put that at the cost of other people's enjoyment of the stream. It's already happening. Besides, can I even put up a stream right now? I can insert an ad right now. That's so funny. Oh no, we lost viewers. Whatever, I'm inserting an ad. Let's see what happens. If we got less viewers now, then fuck it. Alright, what is it?
Whether or not Kaido the Beast has been power cliffed.
Has Kaido been power cliffed? Has Kaido been... We're gonna make this 16. I'm sleepy at 12. Good night, fam. Good night, fam. Good night. Okay, let's add in another height to it. There we go. I'm like Stevie Wonder when it comes to ads since I got YouTube Red. Yeah, I got YouTube Red too a while ago. Fuck, I meant good night, not that. Goon night, fam. Yeah. No. That's totally what you meant. That is quite literally what you meant. You don't even have to remotely lie to us or tell us that that isn't exactly what you wanted to tell us. Honestly, I would even say it's a bit disingenuous of you to, like, try to argue that you didn't want us to goon tonight. Power cliff. Maybe I lower it a little bit. Let's put it here. That's at 57. So then let's move this here. It should also be at 57. Maybe if I just make it like 18. There we go. I like this. I definitely like this a little bit more. So what's it at? 52? No, so then we go... We go up to 18. I should really start using the italics portion of this stuff a little bit more. There we go. 52. There we go.
Kaido the Beast has been power cliffed. This is one of those topics that can easily be difficult to fully remember. You can find it across most forms of media that have some kind of involvement with almost 1200.
My bad, you lost viewers because I was watching you on 7 different things and they turned off. Ah, got you. I'm gonna try to get my daily afternoon nap in. Shut your bitch ass up, twin. Alright, I'll shut the fuck up. Talking Ben stream when? What? I don't know what Talking Ben is, bruh. Eon view botting in 2026? I'm definitely not view botting, bruh. I think you guys can easily tell that I'm not view botting. Any thoughts on Haki and Maki after reading the new chapter? I'm interested in seeing the origins of Maki for sure. I'm definitely interested in something like that. I don't really know, man. It's we've spoken about it a little bit before. This is definitely a topic of conversation that I think could more easily be talked. I think this is a conversation that could more easily be spoken on as we get more information than we already have. I think that overall, I'm impressed with like the direction that like Oda's wanted to take the series in. Especially with introducing this
difficult
power
to fully
system.
remember every minute detail or character name simply because we're talking about a series with almost 1,200 chapters. Regardless, one thing that I can tell you is that whether or not you believe every minute detail or character name simply because we're talking...
He's a pretty cool guy. Sure, I'll look up Talking Ben. I don't like this. I don't like this. No, I don't like this. Alright, back to this.
Power creep. Starting off as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep from Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy wooden walls on ships. Buggy was capable of tanking his own buggy ball, which had the capacity to blow up a small town. Kuro moved so fast that he could disappear faster than the eye could track him. Don Krieg could casually stop and hurl a metal paddle boat several meters into the air, and Arlong could not only uplift houses, but he could scare a giant sea cow into attacking the Straw Hats with...
Okay. Maybe not this song. I need more video game songs. Maybe something a bit more energetic. What do we have for One Piece? Still top 10? There's Momoshiki from the final Naruto movie. It's Naruto to Boruto, so I think it still counts. Momoshiki has been confirmed to be able to stop time. Why didn't he do that in his fight against Naruto? Because he's not actually stopping time. It's one of those situations like with Naruto inside of Kurama where all he's doing is essentially I'm not even going to say like creating a space or anything, more so simply creating a special conversation with whomever it is that he's chatting with. For example, Boruto. Momoshiki's not actually stopping time. He's simply having an entire conversation with Boruto within the context of his mind. And it makes it seem, and the conversation happens in such a way where they can basically talk for as long as they want without it seeming like time is happening. It's not like he actually has the power to stop time. It's more so just within the context of a conversation. Seek seconds and hours in the future is shown to be capable, completely unable to change fate in JoJo, as seen with Thoth fight in part 3, and Doppio versus Risotto in part 5. Uh-huh. Doppio versus Risotto in part 5. What the fuck? Now I'm bleeding from my finger. What's going on? The fuck? Why would it work on the raw stamina of a target? It's there on the wiki? Sure. What exactly am I supposed to look up? Momoshiki? Abilities. Noticeably proficient in taijutsu. He was shown to be fast enough to kick Naruto through a wall and clear out the Chunin exams with a single kick. He was skilled enough with his black staff to hold against Darui and Sasuke, although he was still at a disadvantage. Upon consuming Kishiki's physical power skyrocketed. He was able to effortlessly defeat Gaara, Darui, Chojuro, Kurotsuchi in single blow each, and then planted the God Tree, and then before the planet's God Tree finished falling, he was able to quickly outmaneuver Naruto and Sasuke. Momoshiki had the ability to fly and survive in space, and his chakra was extremely powerful. His reserves were considerable, and he was able to fight a significant amount of Kage level threats. Uniquely, Momoshiki wields a pair of Rinnegan in the palms of his hands, which are both initially red in color instead of light purple. With this right one, he could use it to absorb any chakra-based attack he came in contact with. He can use it afterwards, and with the augmented power and scale through his left hand, which he proclaimed to be capable of limitless number of. Which became capable of making a number of. Okay, so with this right Rinnegan, he could turn the target into pills, which when eaten grants extended youth along with their chakra and technique arsenal. You can also be used to further increase the individual's strength, which is one instance which you metamorphoses to his being, increasing his size and muscular tissue. Noticeably, after transforming, from his absorption of Kinshiki, Naruto's palms turned red, and he gained additional yellow Rinnegan on his forehead. Black receivers throughout the fight, ninjutsu, nature transformation, karma. Ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu, could also stimulate his hairs, granting him the ability to freely manipulate them, and he can use the Yomotsu Hirosaki to travel across dimensions and spy in different locations. With his Rinnegan, he was able to use a technique of Rasengan. Boruto's lightning release enhanced parent and child Rasengan in terms of power. After becoming a host, became able to use all of Boruto's ninjutsu, such as the Shadow Clone technique, and he can utilize the Rasengan and increase its size to further augment its power. By using an incredible Ultra Big Ball, Rasengan was able to easily kill and destroy Boruto. Even when his shinobi went out of control, was able to develop long-range variations of Rasengan known as the Spiraling Bullet. Where's it stated that he can, like, stop time? Being able to kill, grant vessel implanting karma, grant us various powers, and his markers develop Momoshiki to manifest and take completely control of his body. In time, he was also capable. In time, it is possible that the karma will continue to progress and make Boruto a complete vessel, causing him to awaken as a perfect Gototsuki. Over time, Momoshiki's genetic profile completely override Boruto's, at which point the karma will disappear and Momoshiki will resurrect again, taking over Boruto's body and raising his personality. Having the process of taking accelerated due to Boruto's contact with Kawaki, who bore Ishiki's karma, Momoshiki was able to manifest Boruto when Boruto is weakened sufficiently. He's also revealed to retain Boruto's knowledge and skills while unable to control the progress of the karma of his own resurrection. He can alter the data to reconstitute his vessel and to their full health, saving his soul and preventing his resurrection. Yo, the wiki is long as fuck. It's towards the bottom of omnipotence. On his first mission in a long time, he decided, promising his mother he would return, and teased at the end that he was truly meant to be a vessel as soon as he would lose the will, Momoshiki allowing Momoshiki to permanently possess him, effectively reincarnating him. Boruto vowed to never let that happen before Momoshiki dissipated again. While Team 7 are recuperating. Team 2 Shikamaru coming consciousness. Listen, Boruto briefly passed by Kawaki nearby. Sasuke also recognized the feeling discussing Naruto. When Amato began explaining the Shinjutsu origins and the modifications of the Kara members, Momoshiki and Boruto's thoughts became available to one another. He confirmed Amato's claims and theory about Shibai Otsutsuki, but remained suspicious of him and Ada, having never heard of her entrancing ability despite having extensive knowledge of all the Shinjutsu. He also requested Boruto to not let Kawaki become aware of this exchange, wishing to not fight him again. The next day, Boruto overheard Momoshiki's thoughts as he realized the identity of Ada's entrancing ability, but Momoshiki refused to share it with him. Kawaki realized Boruto was talking to Momoshiki and addressed Momoshiki himself, telling him to come out. Momoshiki manifested himself again and to intervene. When does this happen? Was puzzled. Shikamaru's jutsu was stopping him from shrinking down.
Kawaki was puzzled by the assistant as he intended to kill Boruto and Momoshiki, even sealing Naruto and Hinata a way to stop them from interfering. Boruto regained control, Momoshiki teasing him over losing his eye, declared war to the future. After the light flash, Boruto was attacked by Mitsuki, who blamed him for something that happened to Naruto. Momoshiki explained that Ada's true ability switched Boruto in histories and everyone's memories. When 1910, he refused. Sasuke rescued Boruto despite his memory being affected due to Sadara's request. Among the inconsistencies of reality with his own memories was sensing Momoshiki's presence inside Boruto, despite remembering that he was attacked. Ada later, Damon apologized for switching all their histories all the way. Momoshiki attempted to break Boruto's spill, and to brush him aside, he pointed out Momoshiki didn't even see himself losing, stressing. Okay, when does it say that he stopped time? Did I miss it? Alright. Now I have to do this bullshit. Where is it? Definitely not here. So it would be like, what, 10? You, Momoshiki, shoot Dad, I see. Sorry, Byakugan. He's still dead. Something's weird. Time has stopped. I was able to see my own fate. Uh-huh. Even with all my powers in Byakugan, I can't move. I can see yours quite well. Beware, those blue eyes will be everything. And I know this. Good God, something happened? Nah. Yeah, you could just explain this away as like some kind of Rinnegan ability, honestly. They make an emphasis on Sasuke's Rinnegan being able to see it, so no, I don't think that he actually did stop time. It's not like Boruto himself. It's not like Boruto himself would know whether or not time is actually being stopped. More so, I think Boruto is probably just. It's probably just a situation like when Naruto's inside Kurama, where they're literally just having a conversation with each other, and time seems to essentially like not move outside as they're discussing things. I mean, he's clearly inside Naruto. He's clearly inside Boruto's head. Only, and you can also just make the argument that Sasuke's able to see it. And you can also just argue that Sasuke can see this because of the Rinnegan. I mean, he was able to see Limbo clones. He was able to see the Limbo clones. He was able to use his Rinnegan to stop the rays of the infinite Tsukuyomi from hitting everybody. It could just be a dojutsu ability. Yeah, it's like just like a mental plane. I don't think time's actually stopped. It's mostly just like a mental plane thing. I don't think people are going to ever accept an L being AP in 4D, having infinite AP in 4D. I don't know if people are going to agree with that, but I'd be willing to at least hear you out. I've heard pretty wild takes already. I don't mind hearing that one. Let's see. Yeah, we'll use this one. I wanna live. Okay, let's begin. Piece's overall power creep. Starting off as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep from Alvida to Buggy to Cool. Starting off as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power. Starting off as far back as East. There's at least a statement that time has stopped in the chapter, so it's not a stretch, but I think it will probably be better explained. I mean, though the fight between Kurama and Naruto seemed to be affected in Naruto's body in real time. Actually, I should already have that. You can always just argue that Momoshiki's, I guess, like, the mental scape that Momoshiki's speaking to Boruto and is also going at a far higher rate. It's also, like, at a higher level than what a normal Jinchuriki host would be, after all. I would argue that Momoshiki's probably a bit more powerful than the average-tailed beast. Even if we're arguing, like, half of Kurama. I don't know if I would necessarily say that Momoshiki is weaker than, like, Kurama. You can probably just make the argument, but, let me see. What was it? It was pre-war, right? Yeah, it was pre-war. Am I missing any pages? Just to make sure I'm not. Mm-hmm. Don't mock me. Mm-hmm. I don't know about it affecting his body in real time. I mean, yeah, you can argue that, especially since Kurama's chakra is coming out of Naruto's body. Yeah. Yeah, you could definitely argue that. But still, Sasuke perceives it. My curse technique on you, infinite, in between infinite, would you be able to comprehend it? I don't know what you mean by that. What if I use my curse technique? I mean, in D&D, time stop is often used as a 9th level spell. Very powerful, as you can cast tons of spells during time stop to nuke everything while getting out of the way. That's funny. But Sasenel is 4D, means that he should see time as a special place, being able to move through it, and it would be like he would do through space. Everyone always does higher D, but they don't actually know what it means. Probably stronger than Six Paths Madara. I would argue so. Momoshiki's freezing time doesn't physically move in it. It doesn't... Mostly just extra time to think, mentally communicate. Yeah, like, I view it as less like time actually stopping it, more being just a mental escape for them to have a conversation in. Naruto wasn't aware of it. Yeah, it should be because of the Rinnegan, especially since it's emphasized... Especially since it is emphasized right here. Yeah, it's emphasized exactly there, so... Because you can even see... Yeah, you can definitely see, like... Over here, they're not really focusing on Sasuke's Rinnegan. And once the conversation's over, you can kind of see that his Rinnegan's again going back to being covered. Yeah, I agree with this. I started reading Boruto to tighten up my debating, but the verse genuinely hasn't shown anything crazy like they say. A lot of Boruto's, like, higher-end scaling essentially comes from, like, believing, again, certain pixel-based scaling, like, not even pixel-based scaling, just a form of scaling based on the assumption that, like, the Naruto verse follows the exact same universal construction of our universe, meaning that they have the exact same Milky Way, that they have the exact same galaxies, at the exact same distances, etc., 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 which I find weird, because I also see a lot of people argue that the Naruto-verse planet is, like, way larger than our own, which would, by and large, make all of that, you know, argumentation kind of null and void. But anyway, it also comes from, like, the idea that people call them, like, Otsutsuki gods or whatever, so they obviously must believe that they must be a lot more powerful than they might actually be. Then there's also the discussion about, like, Momoshiki being stated to, like, destroy the planet or, like, just eat away the stars or whatever, but it's just him in one of his, in one of the dimensions that he has, essentially just planting a chakra seed and making it so that... I only got, like, 2 minutes done, dude. No, I gotta, like, really lock in. It's just basically leeching from Kaguya. Yeah, but it's also like, a lot of it essentially comes from this idea that that Momoshiki eating or planting a divine tree and then absorbing the seeds that come from it essentially equates to his striking attack potency. People mostly use Boruto due to power creep. They do use it for power creep, but it's also a bit weird because it's like, I don't know, man. There's, like, not a lot of good bridging, in my opinion. There's not a lot of good bridging, and I always come back to this because, like, there seems to be certain levels of inconsistency. Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. There is some level of inconsistency that I don't personally care for. Like, what is it? Chocho and the others essentially killing the Mamushi clones. You know what I mean? It just makes it a bit weird for me, in my opinion, just because it's like... Here's the thing. If Chocho is actually more powerful, right? Is generally upscaling and power cliffing Shippuden. Yeah, but the thing is that, like, it power cliffs it to certain extents. My understanding, the correct translation is planet, not star. Yeah, no, I agree with the translation of it being a planet and not an actual star, but people just basically say that Momoshiki scales above Kaguya, who has a star-level attack, so therefore, or a quote-unquote star-level attack, therefore he must be more powerful. I think that, like, I don't know, in my opinion at least, for some of these feats, it's like, listen, if for whatever fucking reason, right, I have to sit here and actually believe that, like, you know, Chocho is more powerful than Madara Uchiha, she's more powerful and faster than the Raikage, she's way stronger and faster than, like, XYZ, just throw in any fucking Shinobi Minato, for example, like, sure, fine enough or whatever, but it doesn't seem consistent with me with, like, the narrative that the story tried to, like, develop. I mean, sure, you could say that part of the narrative is that, like, the new generation always surpasses the old generation, but it's like they're surpassing them with essentially nothing to really support the act of them surpassing, right? Like, if there was maybe like an entire arc of series where like you can have characters like Chocho and Shikadai essentially provide evidence that they've already surpassed the likes of like legendary shinobi, then sure, fine enough, I guess. I don't personally care for the characters. Yeah, the Mamushi were getting dumber, but they don't get weaker, and that just... I've also heard that Momoshiki froze an actual star in some novels. I don't know about that, because usually when I hear somebody say something about a character performing something crazy in the novels, I take it with the absolute biggest grain of salt, because for the most part, people tend to overvalue a lot of those things. Like, again, with the whole Momoshiki destroying a star or whatever. Naruto and Boruto are a perfect example of people not understanding manga over data books and haxes. Yeah, but it's not even a matter of, like, manga over data book and haxes. It's not even a matter of that. It's like... For example, how powerful is a tailed beast bomb from this version of Himawari, right? Like, she seems to be something completely closer to like a tailed beast rather than she seems to be something closer to like a tailed beast rather than like, let's say, a human or whatever, but it's like, how am I supposed to quantify her in comparison to like, let's say, Kurama or one of the tailed beast bombs? Because, like, okay, the kid with no training whatsoever is able to create the perfect mixture whatsoever to, like, shoot a tailed beast bomb. Sure, whatever, she's got Kurama's help for that. Okay, fine. But, like, the tailed beast bomb here, which, for the most part, are capable of blowing up, you know, entire mountain structures or whatever, aren't even blowing up... don't even have, like, an explosion that's, like, bigger than, like, let's say, what, a couple dozen meters? Then you have, like, examples of, like, I don't know, I guess you could say, like, the Mamushi clones being... these Otsutsuki level threats or whatever, or I guess you could say they're like Ten Tails level threats, but it's like they don't really do anything of the sort that necessarily implies it. I mean, sure, eating Ada and fighting Damon or whatever, making a ton of clones could be perceived as that, but then, you know, they don't really display the stats that would at least seemingly make it so that, it's easy to just accept the idea that the characters are that much more powerful. I'm not saying that they can't be. Isn't she stated to have surpassed Naruto? I don't believe that she has been stated to have surpassed Naruto. I think that the statement you're referencing was one where they tried to make the comparison that her unison with Kurama is much closer than, like, let's say, Naruto's. Or at least... to me, the best scaling uses data books to support what the manga gives you, and not the data books without looking if it contradicts the manga. The data book says is a bad opening. Yeah, I agree. They aren't drawing mountain continent feats. Whoever is drawing Boruto. Ikemoto is drawing Boruto. I don't even think Hishimoto's, like, writing Boruto anymore. I think he just passed it on completely to Ikemoto, but did we talk about that before? I don't remember. No, you're not alone on this, Memento. I do agree with the notion that the data books should just simply be there to, like, help substantiate or propagate things that already exist within the context of the manga, not just go for what they say over what the manga says if it completely contradicts it, you know what I mean? I also think it's... Like, definitely a lot of these characters are more reliant on, like, haxes. Like Damon, for example, I do think that he is physically very impressive, and I do think that in terms of a like an all-out brawl, I would actually argue that he could probably even, without, like, no haxes whatsoever, right? Like, remove the haxes completely. I would say, like, in an all-out brawl, he would still be comparable to, like, Madara, Naruto, Momoshiki, etc. Probably even far surpassing them physically, but... I also find it interesting because, like, Damon also shows some level of, like, exhaustion after fighting, what was it, after killing 1,000 clones, and then I think it was in, like, the most recent chapter, he was starting to show, like, clear signs of, slowing down. Yeah, he's starting to get short of breath after, like, fighting these things. I'm looking at the first Mamushi clone performance to 50. With the consistency of off-guarding stronger people, it makes sense. I think my only issue with that, and I understand that, I understand it because there is also this idea of, like, for example, Naruto being off-guarded in earlier portions of, full-powered boards and Kawakian base inside a room all by himself, yeah.
You're right. We still have to see where we're going to see beyond Ishiki and who already has a dimension beyond time. Well, I wouldn't say it's a dimension beyond time. More so, it's just a dimension where like time doesn't flow. Therefore, you can just store things in there. I wouldn't say it's beyond time itself per se. But yeah. I don't know, Boruto scaling, it's one of the reasons why I've been like a little bit like hesitant about even going into it, not so much because of like the obvious increase in power. I mean, again, if it helps me make like closer Naruto versus One Piece videos, I guess sure, but it's mostly just because it's like I don't have like a lot to go off of as far as like how big the differences are. Like obviously the characters would be much different, but obviously the differences would at least be to an extent different, but it's like the biggest bridges here are like Naruto and Sasuke. The most consistent bridges here are like Naruto and Sasuke, and like, yeah, they've already been power clipped, but it's also a case of like, does that mean that, you know, if the Ten Tails Mamushi trees are like this powerful, does that mean that like, again, does Chocho just straight up hit harder than Naruto with the 9 tails plus 6 paths Senjutsu? Like, does she just hit harder than they do, you know what I mean? Would have had to go to off-guard Ishiki to leave him in a state that he was. No, yeah. That was clearly the case with her, though. Yeah. Will there be a space where physical matter doesn't exist? It is beyond the physical matter, so without it, we are never told. I mean, it is fiction. It doesn't necessarily have to be like that specific. It could just be he has a space that comes with his ability that simply doesn't have it. Monkey just replied to me, and bro didn't even watch 3D2Y, and Rayleigh's statement is his main anti-light speed argument, and bro didn't know about the 100 times amp villain of the movie. Rose Lartring? That's funny. Well, anyway, guys, I know that these discussions are like things you guys want to have. I know you guys want to like talk about this stuff right now. I really do just want to get at least a couple more minutes done on this. Because put it like this: the faster I get done with this fucking video, the faster I get it out of the way. The more we'll be able to talk about other stuff while I'm researching Naruto versus One Piece. Sorry, Naruto versus Luffy. Starting off as far back as okay, I need a. East Brew. Koba. Okay. Let's lower. That's not what I wanted. Let's lower this. I wanted Emu to say something edgy like, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world God exists, or vice versa, something. My man Eon is busy and we're slackers, just trying to get him to slack with us. Well, I'm just trying to stick to at least some level. I'm trying to stick at least to some level of consistency and, you know, actual writing here, actual work here. I'm not trying to just, you know, just go on a side quest with you guys while we're chatting. Clear examples of power creep from Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. From Alvida to Buggy to Arlong to blah blah blah. What if we do this here? Starting off. Starting off as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep from Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy wooden walls on ships. Buggy was capable of tanking his own buggy ball, which had the capacity to blow up a small town. Kuro moved so fast that he could disappear faster than the eye could track him.
Don Krieg could casually stop and hurl a metal paddle boat several meters into the air, and
All right, I'm
Arlong
back.
could not only... There are clear examples of power creep from Alvida to Buggy, from Alvida to Buggy to... From Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. As far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep from Okay,
so we start around here. What do you think Wano Zoro beats Yamato? No. I think that Wano Yamato performed a lot better against Kaido than Zoro did. Put it like this, Zoro scarred Zoro scarred Kaido once, and that was kind of like the best of his ability, but Yamato consistently not only took hits from Kaido, but also fought him back to back to back to back to back until somebody else got up top of the rooftop. I don't know if I could personally be comfortable with saying that, like, Zoro would beat Yamato with anything other than, like, an extreme high diff fight. Okay, go back, East Blue. With Yamato fight Kaido, I want to what for a while? Not even a context. Yeah, not even a contest. I agree. Alvida. We do Alvida. We do Buggy. Ooh, I know exactly what image I'm going to use. To Kuro. Kuro. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go to, like, what, chapter 26? What was it, like, chapter 25, 26? Klahadore. To Don Krieg. Uh, 47, so what is it, page 46? 46. I'm crying. Gaimon's got that. Yo, Gaimon has that. Got that shit on him, bruh. He's really packing. Bro is really packing up some heat. And then finally, Arlong. Let's go to page 70. 70, 70, 70, 70, 70. There's no way Arlong woke up that day and said, yeah, that's the fit. This is exactly what I'm going to be wearing today. My boy rapping like a shoe bill. What the fuck does that mean? From Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong to Buggy.
Buggy to Kuro to Kuro to Kuro to Krieg. It's actually Klahadore, just to be clear. It's actually, his name is actually Klahadore. To Krieg to Arlong. To Krieg to Arlong. To Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't... One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy wooden wall. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy... From Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island... One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy wooden...
What do we do here? What do we do here? What do I do here? You're asking why she didn't replace Brooke? I don't know if that's necessarily fair to Brooke. With Yamato fighting Kaido one-on-one, it's not even a contest. Was Kaido going all out against Yamato? He showed at least some level of bloodlust, though I would personally argue that Kaido didn't fully want to kill his daughter. He was more so just trying to force Yamato to do something they didn't want to do. Click, click, click. You've never seen a Shubil making that machine gun click with its beak? Nah, I've never seen that. What's up, John? How you doing, man? I'm not really getting that far into the editing portion of it. I think, okay, what do we do here? One can easily... Okay, saving Kobe. What if we do, like, an image of, like, Luffy helping save Kobe? Saves. Give Kobe a dinghy. He's gonna join the Marines. Yeah, we could use this. And then we use a clip of Luffy taking down Arlong. Yeah, we'll do this one. That's one hell of a bitch slap, I agree. Let's see.
Behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy wooden walls villains portray consistently.
Let me think. Let me think. Do I split that in half? How does this look? If I just edit this right now, how does this look? I think I needs more. This song kind of reminds me of something I would hear like in a Sonic game. In your opinion, what was Oda's single best panel he ever drew? You want my honest take on what like the best panel Oda ever drew was? If I go with something funny, I'll never beat the Gunnar allegation. So let me I'll give you something funny. I'll give you something I think is actually like a really good panel. The single best panel Oda ever drew. This right here. This one right here. It's my favorite. I don't know if there is anything that I could love more than this panel right here. Like, it just does everything for me. This panel, I love the action. I love the design of the panel. I love the pose that Luffy's in. I love just the look of the transformation. It just screams everything One Piece. I don't know. If we had to go, like, based on a personal favorite, I would probably say that. I do agree with Memento that, like, the mural is also definitely up there. What was it, like, 10:30, was it, like, 11:36 or something? That was, jeez, that must have been, like, 40 chapters ago, dude. Like, yeah, like, 36 or something. God damn it. Did it again. Yeah, let's just switch to this one. 1150 chapters ago. Jesus Christ. Right here. I think this is also one of the greatest panels Oda's ever drawn. Let me think. What's another really good panel? Another really good panel. Ooh, I know. The intensity behind this one, I think, goes to show the level of dynamics that Oda can like throw into a character. You know what I mean? I think this is a very powerful scene. Just from an action perspective, I really do love how this looks. I really do enjoy how this looks personally. Because it's like one final attack. This is you and me. One last hit. Each of us. If I don't win this now, I lose everything at one. I lose everything I've gained up until this point. I also really like. What was it like? 391. This one. Listen, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Yeah, nah, this goes hard. This goes hard beyond a shadow of a doubt. In terms of like what it meant to really be a Straw Hat member, I don't think there are many scenes that could be used to just depict
a group of individuals that are willing to take on the entirety of the world itself just for the sake of a single friend. I don't know, man. This one really speaks to me. And of course, this one. I want to live. I like you guys, darn it. Yeah. Yeah, I want to live. I don't know. I still get chills after seeing this. Oh, right. Yeah. The five elders showing up. All I'm saying is that Kishimoto made the decision to give everyone sandals. He chose to draw toes over and over again. He made that choice, I'm just saying. No, you're not wrong. There is nothing wrong with what you just said. Kishimoto did one. I did remember when I was watching like some videos on like One Piece fun facts. I remember somebody saying that the content creator, at least, I don't remember who the fuck it was. They were talking about how like Kishimoto themselves stated that like Kishimoto likes drawing feet. Kishimoto said it themselves. Like they like drawing feet. I don't know, man. Listen, I don't have a personal problem with feet, but like I don't know. It definitely kind of goes. It definitely, especially in a modern day and age. Yeah, this panel also goes extremely hard because it does show what exactly exists at the top of the world. I think this is an extremely powerful panel because you go right out of fighting somebody like Kaido, and the immediate next thing that happens is now we have five beasts. Five beasts that not only are we going to have to take on in the future, but five beasts that essentially are not only immortal, they each have their own kind of hexes that makes them a different kind of opponent that's going to have to be taken on in and of itself. I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, with Kishimoto, it's like the fact that you're saying, especially more so in a modern day setting now, right? Because I think that statement was from like over 10 years ago. Just saying that, like, you know, you like drawing feet. I'm not gonna lie. In a Gunnar day and age, bruh, I don't know, man. Based on the panel, I bet Eon you'd like, and it's just chock full of this stuff. I tried Berserk, not for me. I don't know. It's like one of those. It's like one of those series where like the main protagonist is just constantly going through it. I think the biggest chapter 83 was removed by Miura. Deal with it. Well, that fucking sucks. They just took out a whole fucking chapter from this. Well, that fucking blows. I don't know, man. Berserk to me genuinely comes off across as a series, especially like in certain instances where it's like, I don't know if I would say it is for me. I've tried it. I think it's fine. But shit is just constantly happening to guts, dude. Shit is just constantly happening to guts. It's like one of those... What's the easiest term to like describe it, right? What's like the easiest comparison I have for this? It's like this weird kind of like... It's like a weird kind of like... It's like misery corn. Where like... I almost feel like I'm watching this just to constantly see the fucking protagonist suffer in some way, shape, or form. It just looks crazy to me, dude. But, it's not even really just because of that. I heard that the author died, and, like, there really aren't that many new chapters coming out. When does chapter 384 of Berserk come out? Let me see this real quick. There is no official release date. Yeah, I'm not doing this, dude. I'm not doing this. I don't like to do this with series where, like, if I don't think I will ever get into a series. Was like a prototype that got retconned. A prototype for what? Yeah, that's not inaccurate. That's what I'm saying. It's just like misery corn. I don't know if I really want to sit there through a story that... I don't know if I'll ever want to sit through a story that essentially constantly has the main protagonist go through it, and that's not to say that it's inherently bad for it to do that. I know that some people genuinely enjoy that, but feed enjoyer is not too crazy, right, Eon? I mean, for Kishimoto, yeah, not really. 1062nd page, trust, sure. We can check that out real quick. I think my biggest issue with Berserk is just that. Like, there's no new chapter coming out. I'm not doing that to myself. I would instantly drop One Piece if Oda died tomorrow. God forbid. Actually, I can't really say that because I don't believe in God. If Oda were to, like,
if Oda were to, you said page 2? Chapter 160, page 2. Feast your eyes on the Davy clan. Boo, the most hated. The Buccaneers. Isolate them. Hey, no knives, my friend. If they die, that's a penalty on you. Well, yeah. Hunter x Hunter came out the same year as One Piece. What am I looking for here? Is it just like the how terrible the Celestial Dragons are? What are we looking for here? Are shown as shadows? Ah! Segregate them. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. The one where they are so dark. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Anyway, I'm more so coming from the perspective of, like, I don't want to watch a series, or I don't want to, like, get into a series. I don't want to fall in love with the characters if there's just never going to be an ending to it. Part of the reason I like manga, and I mentioned this before, is the reason I don't personally care for, like, DC or Marvel or any kind of comic, is just because I don't like the idea of, like, these stories necessarily never having an actual end to them, and more so just being like, okay, here's a new issue of the characters. They're back and they're gonna do more stuff, blah, 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 blah. I like there being a beginning and an end to things, so I don't know if I can personally get into a series that, essentially puts us in a position where the author is, something has happened to the author, something particular has happened to the author. The series cannot continue, so we'll just never get a new chapter for it. I'm not a fan of that. I don't think I would continue reading One Piece if Oda, for whatever reason, passed away. I don't think I could, but that's just me. It's one of these cases where, like, it just feels like a waste of time at that point, you know what I mean? It's like, why am I reading something that, like, I might enjoy it, sure, but, like, the ultimate point of enjoying something is to see it through and through, right? At least that's how it works in my head. And if there's just no end to it, or if it's not the ending that we should have gotten, I don't know. I'm just not going to, like, put in that much time or energy to, like, really fall in love with it or really, like, care about it. One Piece better end with all the Celestial Dragons getting CBT? The fuck is CBT? Cognitive behavioral therapy? Why the fuck? A structured, short-term oriented psychotherapy that teaches individuals to identify and challenge dysfunctional thoughts, emotions, and behaviors? Fair enough. That's okay. Cognitive behavioral therapy. Sure. Sure. Genital torture. Don't look it up. No. I'm just gonna assume that you meant cognitive behavioral therapy, and we're gonna move past that. I think it's just best if we just move past that. Villains portrayed consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy wooden walls on ships. Buggy was capable of tanking his own buggy ball, which had the capacity to blow up a small town. Kuro moved so fast that he could disappear faster than the eye could track him. Don Krieg... I wasn't quick enough with the warning. No, you're fine. I'll just stick to cognitive behavioral therapy and we'll just say it's that. Oh, you meant cock and ball torture! You know what? It took me a second. It took me a fucking second. God damn it. Alright, you know what? No, yeah, we'll just stick to you saying cognitive behavioral therapy. We'll just say it was a lucky coincidence and say that, yeah, we're gonna put all the Celestial Dragons. Yeah, that makes total sense. Oda is gonna have all the Celestial Dragons essentially go to therapy, and they're all gonna realize that they're nothing more special than the average person. They're gonna come out as better individuals. Yeah, this is just Oda's punishment for the Celestial Dragons is for them to essentially go to therapy and treat others with respect. Yeah, that's totally what it's gonna be, yeah. Then the eye could track him. Don Krieg could casually stop and hurl a... Jesus fucking Christ. Could not only uplift houses, but he could scare a giant sea cow into attacking the Straw Hats with 2 sentences. And he could eat cannonballs fired directly at him by marine ships. Now, the difference
difference between power creep and power cliffing simply boils down to how massive of a difference in strength the current versions of a cast, how massive of a difference in strength the current versions of a cast or the villain displays in comparison to previously established feats and statements. Again, you can see
What separates power cliffing is just a power creep in a higher degree.
how massive of a difference in strength. Now the
Okay, power creep versus power cliff versus power cliff. Creep versus power cliff. Let's make this big. 16. Let's go 18. Let's go 20. Or should we do... Yeah, and then we can do... I just put the toughest panel of all time in the Discord. Which one? Oh, that's right. Yo, can I ask you guys a question on my way to the gym? Bye. Have a good one, man. What the fuck is this? Why does that look like a very veiny testicular ball? Where are they coming out of a giant testicle? What the fuck's opening on? Alright. Well, cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yo, can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys like a genuine question? What do you guys, you larder? What you gotta call me a larder for, dude? What'd I do to you? Alright, let's do this. Move it there. That seems good. Creep versus cliff. Okay, now let's copy. Let's paste. Now let's change the color. Now let's remove this. Remove that. And let's remove all of this. And then let's just throw these up here. And then let's remove
simply boils down to how massive of a difference in strength the current versions of a cast or the villain displays in comparison to previously established feats.
the difference. Power creep is nothing more than power cliffing can be interchangeable. Can technically be interchangeable, however, both can be interchangeable. However, the biggest distinction... These terms can be used interchangeably. Okay, L. Yeah, there we go. Let's throw in like a size 16. Let's go in like a size 18. Both terms can be used interchangeably. This can be used interchangeably. No, so it doesn't matter then. Both terms can be used interchangeably. However, the biggest defining. However, this can be used interchangeably. However, the biggest that power cliff is primarily used to denote drastic changes in the overall scaling. Is more common, more often used to denote a massive difference within the difference in power, a drastic power within the context of the story. Both terms can be used interchangeably. However, the biggest distinction is that power cliffing is more often used to denote a massive difference in power with the context of a story. Power creep is more commonly used. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. How massive of a difference in strength the current versions of a cast or the villain displays in comparison to previously established feats and statements. Again, you can see this throughout East Blue, where the character shows some consistent level of being capable of destroying wooden constructs or solid stone constructs like walls, buildings, or ships. While Don Krieg is clearly not as powerful as someone like Arlong, the difference may be notable, but it's less blatant than, say, Arlong and Alvida. Even while as an example, Arlong power creeps as an example, Arlong power creeps Alvida, no. Again, you can see this throughout East Blue, where the character shows some consistent level of being capable of destroying wooden constructs or solid stone constructs like walls, buildings, or ships. While Don Krieg is clearly not as powerful as someone Alvida could destroy. Okay, let's just go back and like get some stuff for Alvida, right? Yeah, I think that's just the best course of action here. Set up those images, and then we'll just keep moving. Yo, Alvida's kind of crazy. I mean, she just shattered an entire freaking shed with a single throw of her fucking club. That's so fucking dumb, dude. That's so stupid, yo. Oh, man. The strongest life forms? Yeah. Here, no, we have to go way far back. Whoop. Okay. I do want this, yeah, I do want this for Luffy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, there's really nothing else. So we will be using... Give me both. Throw them here.
Alvida could destroy wooden walls on ships. Buggy was capable of tanking
his own town-level destruction. We have to use this. Remember when Buggy kind of felt like an actual villain instead of just like a joke guy that just so happens to exist with powers? Close, 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 close. What video are you editing? One Piece power cliffing. Did somebody text me? Oh, that's interesting. Why did my friend send me a video title called "A Brief Guide to the Federal Unemployment Tax Act"? And then it says today's lesson, FUTA tax. Alright, there's no way. There's no way. What the fuck's this channel called? Get Payroll? Get Payroll. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's no way. I'm crying. I'm actually fucking crying. There's such a thing as FUTA tax. I'm crying. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. I didn't know we got, well, it's, I guess in 2023 we got a lesson on FUTA tax. That's so dumb, dude. That's so dumb. Why is it called FUTA tax? Let me write this down actually. What's this called? One Piece P Power C. Let's just call it that. Let me see. All right. Just okay. There's no way. Okay, back to this.
his own buggy ball, which had the capacity to blow up
a right here. No, we don't need this one. I think we will be using. You're back. What'd you miss? We found out, well, at least I found out that apparently FUTA tax is a real thing. Yeah, apparently we found out that FUTA tax is a real thing. That's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is why I don't get into taxes or politics, bruv. Shit is crazy. Where the fuck was it? No, that's from like 6 years ago. I don't care about any of this. Yeah, right here. Yeah, right here. We all learning about food attacks? I don't want to learn about food attacks, to be honest. Yeah, I definitely don't want to learn about food attacks. Shit's just weird. Why would I want to know more about foodas? What's this?
Welcome to the gaming podcast for gamers. This is my good friend Frog A. It's been 4 years, man. How you doing? How's it going on? Oh, man, it has been absolutely great recently. You know, last 4 years, I've gotten my degree in computer science. I've married my wife, Frog Pamela Anderson. Oh, my God, she is a bombshell. And we have 4 beautiful tadpoles at home. It's going just swimmingly. How have you been, man? Played any new games? You might have to leave. Why? Based on what you just told me, I don't think you'd enjoy my plans for this podcast. Oh my God, you're still a sexist, aren't you? You know, I think that's a dirty term. I prefer the term correct. 4 years! 4 fucking years, and you haven't learned anything! You don't change bases when you're already on the home run! Base? What the hell were you even gonna talk about? Well, you see, I was gonna keep posting pictures of Princess Peach in a cage and saying good. For an hour! For 5. This doesn't even have substance! That's nothing! That's nothing! No. What was the last game you played? Metroid Prime. I forced you to play that 4 years ago. Yeah, that was the last time. Why is this a gaming podcast when you don't fucking play them? Having an opinion on a game you haven't played has been, like, normal for, like, 2 decades. Get with it, nerd. I got a master's in this time frame. This is sad. Oh, yeah? Well, I just generated an image of, your wife in a cage, and I'm about to say good. Good. You are the pettiest loser I've ever met. You see, I'm calm, and you're showing emotion, so that means I win. No one is dumb enough to fall for that! Gamersubs, use code Goobus, get free ship. No one is dumb enough to fall
MoWiveGaming.com, sure.
for that. Gamersubs, use code Goobus, get...
Wow, that was absolute peak. Fuda is tough. It's definitely not the best of both worlds. At least I don't know if I would agree with that. The Three Musketeers was a movie. I might check that out in my own time. Okay, I'm so out of it. I don't know why. All right, whatever.
Kuro moved so fast that he could disappear faster than the eye could travel.
Okay, let's just move ahead of this. Sure. Okay, let's see. Bro said he was gonna put up a picture of Princess Peach and then say good. What the fuck keeps happening in the background? Is it because it considers it? But no, I don't. House of Mouse out of context? Sure. Would you love me if I said I wouldn't love you if you said One Piece solos? I would still love you. I would still love you. Well, obviously, as you aren't gay, you wouldn't care for the Fuda, but you are gay, so you do. But I'm not gay. There's no... You wouldn't care for Fuda. That doesn't make any sense. You just said I'm not gay, but then you said I am gay. So which is it? Which of these is supposed to be like the truth of the matter? Or did you just say, or is it supposed to be like some Schrodinger's cat type shit where like you're supposed to be gay and not gay at the same time? What are we doing here? No audio? No audio for what? You guys can't hear? Can you guys not hear me? Let me double check. I gotta double check. All right. Can you guys not hear me? No, you didn't. Let me... No, you didn't say if. You said, well, obviously, since you aren't gay, you wouldn't care for Fuda, but you are gay, so you do. There's no if in here. There's no if in this sentence. I said if you aren't. You did not say if. So clearly that's not true. Bro just got caught lying. Bro just got caught fucking lying. Never mind, it was on my end. Alright, I was about to say. How you been, Joe? Yeah. I'm honestly, you know what? I think as I'm making the Naruto versus Luffy video, I'll probably just have people come up to me on like Discord chat and just, if they have any kind of scaling to try and, you might be bisexual. I mean, you could be bisexual. I think that also kind of works, but in that sense it says you aren't gay but you are, which would mean that it essentially is canceling in and of itself out. If it had said you aren't gay but you still like men and women, then it would be bisexual, but it says you are gay and you aren't, so it wouldn't be either. So it just kind of just cancels itself out entirely. Can we put Vegas back up? Jesus.
Disappear faster than the eye could track him. Don Krieg could casually stop and...
Oh yeah, Don Krieg is kind of crazy.
Arlong could not only uplift houses, but he could scare a...
I don't know, man. I'm just looking for shit at this point. We are gay, Eon. When did you start speaking French, Six? When did you start speaking French? By the way, I had a question to ask, Six. It isn't so much to like bring up the conversation for yesterday, but you said you wanted to debate the verdict. You said you wanted to debate like the verdict that I gave, but like you also said you were fine with the verdict. So which is it? Are you okay with the verdict or are you not okay with it? Because you said you were okay with losing, you just didn't agree with like my reasoning, but I'm like, but I gave the reasoning. As an official bisexual, I hereby give everyone a free pass to enjoy Fruta without worrying about if it's gay. Everyone gives you shit, send it in to me and I'll sort it out. I respect that. I think I'll be good on that though. I don't think I'll personally... I don't know if I would, personally, you know... I don't know if I would personally ever, do it to a Fuda, but yeah. I mean, it's good to know that, we now have your support, so that if anyone here does want to do it, like Six, and they do want to, you know, and they're worried about anyone, like, you know, judging them or whatever, you know, they can go out of his way to do it, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway. This is Momu. Momu is our friend. Momu is a friend of the channel. I've officially decided I might make Momu a member of the channel. I might make like a whole, women with penises do exist. Well, the clitoris is essentially just a very small, underdeveloped penis, but yeah. Just love and accept as long as you agree that Pain solos. You know what? I think I can make an exception for Pain. I'm not gonna tell you that Sage of Six Paths Mode Naruto solos any verse, but I am going to at least say that Pain does solo. Well, I'm bi, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so if it doesn't matter, then alright. Una funny for here. Una funny for here? I don't know what you mean by that. Anyway, fuck were we talking about? Oh yeah, Luffy just walked in and was... I'm saying if I was fine with me being on the losing end of the reasoning, it was good, but it wasn't... It wasn't in my opinion. Ah, got you. Got you. I mean... If you don't care for, like, my answer for that verdict, I mean, we do have some people in chat. I can just post up the panel. And ask people both, and I can just ask people what they think is happening in the photo. Because I would say, like, the most reasonable or simplest conclusion would be the one that most people seem to at least come to unilaterally. You know what I mean? Wait, what was I doing? Momo. Wait, Momo, what do you think you're doing? The thing is, bro would only let you be the judge. Ah, so why would they only let me be the judge?
Find Sea Cow into attacking the Straw Hats with 2 sentences. And he could eat cannonballs fired directly at him by marine ships.
Okay. Okay, so we'll do that. Bro Drew. Alright.
At him by marine ships. Now, the difference between power creep and power cliffing simply boils down to how massive of a difference at him by marine. Power creep and power cliffing simply boils down to how massive of a difference in strength the current Again, you can see this throughout East Blue, where the character shows some consistent level of being capable of destroying wooden constructs, or... Again, you can see this throughout East Blue, where the character shows some consistent level...
I think we'll just use my logo for this.
Like walls, buildings, or like solid, capable of destroying wooden constructs, or solid stone constructs like walls, buildings.
I don't know if they said something like you're unbiased and everyone else is biased, which I disagree with. Ah, you're talking about Rennie, right? I mean, it's fine. I mean, I don't think that everyone else is biased, and I don't think... I'm gonna put it like this. I think when you're having a discussion, or when you're having some kind of a debate and you're asking for a judge, you kind of have to ask someone who doesn't personally care about either end of the conversation, which I guess, in my case, I don't personally really care if Sabo is actually as powerful as Emu or if he isn't. This is just one of those, like, topics that, like, I genuinely could give less than 2 shits about. But as I explained before, within, like, I don't know, like, okay, who else were you going to ask for this? Because I don't care if it wasn't me. If it wasn't me, it's fine. I'm also asking from the perspective of, like, did you offer any other names besides me? And they just said that they were biased? Who did you ask at that point? Like, did you say Lapis? Did you ask any of the other mods? Or... I missed most of the stream, so sorry if you asked, I didn't hear it, but what's your thoughts on the chapter? Oh, my bad. Jeff. I like the chapter. I really do. I like this. I like being able to see Emu's combat style fight more and more, and I like this idea of an actual explanation as to what Maki is. I didn't know that omens translated to Maki, which, you know, is honestly hockey, Maki. It works. It makes sense. I'm all for it. I think one of my favorite panels is just Ragnar having his little face, his little squirrel face on the end of the hammer, although I didn't like the fact that the hammer looks a little too much like a fucking cube. I tried to push for a judge, and they were pushing against it, and they were eventually like, I'll only let Eon judge. I kind of, like, read a little bit of that before I kind of, like, just kept moving along, which is why I'm asking. I'm like, okay, none of this seems to have anything to do with the actual conversation. I also did like the explanation that, I also did like the explanation that Emu did gave as to what Maki is. He talked about corruption, covenant, and power, which are the three trinities known as Dominion. So it essentially creates this idea that, okay, if you are craving for people naturally crave strength. That strength can easily be satisfied via a covenant, and if they simply submit their will to the covenant, then that envy will allow them, then the envy that they had, that craving that they had, that envy will essentially lead them to power. I really do genuinely enjoy this idea because it essentially creates this concept that is the entire opposite of hockey, where you can't gain stronger hockey by simply having somebody else give you power. No, you only improve your hockey by essentially following through to your own willpower, your own ideals, and essentially pushing through until you become, until you either gain that power or you lose. You know what I mean? Chopper versus Battle Beast. Chopper versus Battle Beast. I'm gonna be so honest with you, One Smart. I don't know. I don't have like a lot of scaling on Battle Beast. I still don't really pay attention to Invincibles. Isn't Battle Beast like someone who like fought Viltrumites before? Did Battle Beast fight Viltrumites outside of like in the vacuum of space? Apparently in the scans, guys have been using AI. I don't know if they did it on this chapter though. I don't know about that. I don't know about like AI, but it does seem good. I definitely enjoyed it. Speaking of Invincible, I watched the new season. Thrag lived up to the hype, but these guys still not super strong as people think that they are. Thrag the strongest and is losing to Nappa. You think so? You think Thrag loses to Nappa? That'd be interesting. So you think that what exactly you think that like Thrag loses to it per se in terms of Nappa? You think he loses in overall stats? You think it's his strength? You think he loses to like Key Plus? What are we talking? You know what I mean? Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Joy Boy? The world itself rejoices in a state of dominion. That's so interesting. The world itself rejoices in a state of dominion. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Joy Boy? What do you guys think is doing the, I guess for Emu is more so like an ideological win that he got. For Emu, it might just honestly be an ideological win. It really does come across to me like it is, like Emu just had, the difference between Emu and Joy Boy, obviously ideological, but it's obviously a difference in ideology, but it's like, should we rule the world or should we just let others be free? Because he's saying that the world rejoices in it, so I'm not sure. Dear God, today I had a tough shift for me. Seriously, I'm sorry about that, Drake. I'm really sorry about that, but I hope you're doing better now. Take back, relax, get yourself some steak or some mac and cheese or some tempura. Get yourself just a nice meal and just enjoy yourself, man. I'll be here for like another maybe half hour. I'm gonna step out today. I need to just go for a walk. I've had like a rough morning. I'm not feeling the best. I don't know. This week has just been kind of like here and there for me. I need to like get out of my own head. I will once I get my fried chicken. Dude, don't even tell me about fried chicken. I want some fried chicken, man. I haven't had fried chicken in fucking, I think in months. It's been months since I've had fried chicken. I hate my diet, man. I really fucking hate my diet, dude. I really hate my diet, man. I can't eat anything that's good. Yeah, overall stats, the Vils are hard to figure out, so I got the Saiyans much higher. Thrag hype has taken him to matchups way above his pay grade. You think so too, One Smart? Yeah, can I ask you this, One Smart? What do you think? How far do you think Thrag goes into Naruto? How far do you guys think that Thrag gets into Naruto or Boruto? I don't personally care which one. And I ask this mostly just because, again, I don't scale Invincible. I don't really have the best scaling for it, so I'm not entirely sure myself. I don't know where I would exactly start with it, so Thrag is more impressive than the comic one. Really, I saw that like they made a comparison of like panels between Thrag and Mark, where like one of them Mark was completely bloodied and flying away from Thrag, and Thrag just like in the comics, Mark has like his entire nose and mouth bleeding, and he's flying away from Thrag, and Thrag catches up to him. But in the anime or in the show, he doesn't. Thrag losing to Sage Mode, in my opinion. You think he loses to Sage Mode? Sage Mode who? Sage Mode Naruto? Which version? Are we talking about Pain Arc Naruto? Like, jeez. So you're saying Thrag is small planet? Interesting. Yeah, Pain Arc? Really?
Wooden constructs or solid stone constructs like walls, buildings, or ships. While or
I am going to shorten out the entire thing just a little bit. Delete. I thought I got Thrag losing to Teen Six Pats Naruto. So that means Jeff has him way fucking lower than you have him. Oh, that's interesting. Comic Thrag could get bloodied by Mark, while no one in the show could draw any blood with their hits. Interesting.
Wooden constructs or solid stone constructs like walls, buildings, or ships. While Don Krieg is of destroying wooden constructs.
Okay. I think we'll... I think...
Parappa the Rapper.
You guys fuck with Parappa the Rapper? I don't personally fuck with Parappa the Rapper, but I thought it was... Yeah, Luffy is a physical strength monster, dude. Thrag hasn't done anything to put him above the big three for me. Thrag punched Lowland into outer space. I think Sage Mode doing him that dirty. Really? So I mean, I've never seen anyone in Naruto get punched into space. I'm only asking because, like, and I'm not necessarily asking this to, like, debate it about it. I don't personally care where exactly you guys have Thrag, but it's like, do you... So, let me ask you this, then. Do you think there are characters in Naruto, Jeff, that can launch other people into outer space? Like, do you think that, like, there are actual, like, Naruto characters that can, like, just punch someone straight into outer space? I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd say that much. I mean, I'd say, like, maybe, like, Six Pats Naruto would actually be a lot closer. The show doesn't adhere to the splatter effect of someone stronger... effect hit of someone stronger as much of the comics. Jammer Lammy over Parappa. First of all, excuse you. Parappa the Rapper's power is all about believing in himself, and I think he's completely and utterly, mind you, he's completely and utterly helped support and improve an entire generation's self-esteem and self-worth. So excuse you for that. I don't know what we're even talking about here, dude. What are we even talking about here, dude?
Walls, buildings, or ships. While Don Krieg is...
Thrag is annoyingly deep into MFTL? You think so? Okay. Interesting. I'm assuming using strength versus strength, not actually doing it, but I believe Sage Mode hits harder. East Blue Luffy smacking Thrag around. Oh wow. So this is just all just some kind of weird One Piece upscale. I got you, Jeff. I got you. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate you for that. Bro said, I think Thrag loses to Sage Mode Naruto, so it really just is East Blue Luffy upscale. Come the fuck on. That's funny. That's funny, man.
While Don Krieg is clearly not as powerful as someone like Arlong, the difference may be notable.
Yo, that's funny, man. I'm crying. Don Krieg versus Battle Wiki. I'm in fucking tears, dude. Hello, no comment. All right, now this. Now actually this. Bro trolling. Bro said Thrag is an East Blue Luffy victim. I guess I suppose. Sure, fine. Oh man, I appreciate you guys. Don Krieg. Let me do that again. Versus Battle Wiki. Okay, so now we have Don Krieg. No, I guess we'll just do Arlong from here. You fuck with coffee, Eon? No, I don't drink coffee. I actively go out of my way to not drink coffee. I don't know. I've never fucked with caffeine. I've never fucked with caffeine, especially since college. I used to take like energy drinks. I used to take like certain energy drinks back in the day. Is he lying though? I mean, I can't tell you whether or not he's lying. I don't know Thrag's scaling like that. Thrag's wind up for that space punch created a powerful wind vortex that pulled Omni-Man into punching range. But I also think anyone in Invincible is light speed. Either their speed hard to gauge for me. Oh, so you don't think anyone there is actually light speed. Same for the 3 Viltrumites destroyed a planet. They needed Space Racer Laser to do it. You fuck with chocolate? I don't eat chocolate. No. It gives me, I remember, I think I get like zits and shit if whenever I eat like anything chocolate. I don't really fuck with chocolate. Yeah. Although I guess it could be because I guess it could also be because it was like artificial stuff. It was like some artificial stuff, so I guess that might have been the cause. I don't know. I don't fuck with chocolate. Naruto is more electroshock than upper dash arm for the smash. I guess. Yeah, he's not really like someone who's gonna send you rocketing up into the sky. He's more so gonna send you flying. Have you read the new chapter of Kangen? Let me remember. Was the new chapter the fight between Julius Reinhardt and what's his face? I think I did. What's up, Dine? How you doing, man? Hey, what's up, Soldado? The feat was calced to planetary. Wait, which feat? What level of AP do you have Luffy at? Depends on which version of Luffy we're talking about. You said you've eaten it before, and the chocolate is made of cacao beans, so you eat beans. No, I said I ate some artificial stuff. Yeah, I said I ate some artificial stuff. I never said I ate real chocolate. I never said I ate real cacao beans. I just said the last time I had some, it was artificial stuff. So can't really say I eat beans. But anyway, One Piece. There we go. Don Krieg. That's what I was looking for. There we go. Nice try though. Nice try, 6. Better luck next time. Better luck. Better luck. What are we doing today? I'm working on editing a video, but right now I just chilling, about to leave for the weekend in like an hour. How about you? Oh yeah. We'll take some Arlong. We'll take shum Arlong. No, we will do profiles. Let's Arlong Shark. Sure. Had a bit of a rough morning, but anyway. Yo, guys, can I ask you guys a question? About to get cracking on more medical homework? Well, best of luck with that, dude. Alvita. Yes, we are talking about Boogie the Clown. Is there really, like, no powerful image for Alvida? No, it just is Fat Lady Alvida? Sure, I'll take Fat Lady Alvida. Gorda form? I am in tears! I'm in... No fucking way! No way that they just title this Gorda form. Yo, people, yo... Come on now, bro. Listen, I'm not even into fat chicks, and I'll say, like, they need some love too, man. What the fuck? Question for what? I got a question for you guys. I'm gonna show you guys a manga chapter. I just want to show you guys a manga chapter, right? Just a genuine question. A quick manga chapter. Okay. So, what is... So... Based on the visual... Okay, so based on the manga panel presented in front of you... What conclusion do you guys get from the panel? Let me, Okay, what is the simplest conclusion you got from this panel? Right, what is the simplest conclusion you got from this panel? Sabo tanked the attack. Sabo got pierced and is in pain. Okay. What's the simplest conclusion you guys can draw from this? Add a 9 to his name because he stole my shit. That's what he did. Stole my shit. That's crazy. What's the simplest conclusion you guys can draw from this? Regarding Space and Naruto, worth noting that in the novel regarded as canon, Naruto all have reached a satellite in orbit that is 125 miles a month. They had to ride a motorcycle. That's funny. That's objectively wrong. One second. Yeah, right here. You said it's more likely than not while defending on guard tanks or takes very little damage from the attack. You said that. You said that. You said that, 6. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think of the attack? What do you guys think? Now, you say it right here. It's more likely than not Sabo while defending and on guard, or tanks, or takes very little damage from the attack. It's more likely than not Sabo while defending and on guard, tanks, or takes very little damage from the attack. I said that while on guard and defending. He's not on guard while defending. That's the only time he takes a hit, though. Thank you, bro. Yeah, that was your claim. This shit would have two-taped him. I'm just saying, do you guys think that Sabo tanked the attack or took very little damage from it? Or do you guys think that Sabo tanked the attack and took very little damage from it? Or do you guys think that he got pierced by that shit and is in pain? I don't know. You aren't tracking my argument. That was the main basis of the argument, was it not? That's literally what you said it right there. No, I'm arguing, and then you brought up your points. So that is what you're arguing. I think he needs stage 4 cancer patient to be rescue him. You missed my comment. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Thine. Sabo took the back shot and was reeling. He ain't never gonna know that kind of deep feeling from anyone else ever again. Jesus fucking Christ, man. All right. Yeah, I guess Sabo's never been pierced from behind like that.
I guess nobody's ever really been pierced from behind like that, right? The level of embrace that you need to get pierced like that from behind, that would even make you almost white out in the euphoric sensation that is the lust for pain. I guess, sure, if you want to view it that way, fantastic. Does not look like he tanked it. He looks like he's in pain. Right. That was just my point. Mind you, I'm not even the one arguing the shit. I was just going off of what the points were. Anyway. Just for context, guys, Six and another member of the chat, Rennie, had a debate yesterday. They asked me to judge, and I just kind of leaned more towards Rennie because, yeah, I never argued that he tanked it. I argued it's more likely than not he would tank it or take very little damage since he still took the attack while off guard and not defending. But, okay. Sabo takes an attack from Emu while off guard and not defending. It's more likely than not Sabo, while defending and on guard, takes very little damage from the attack. I mean, I don't know what you mean by he takes an attack, because, I mean, if you want to say that he took the hit, sure. Sure, if you want to say that he took the hit, sure, but I don't know what you mean by, like, on guard. What exactly proves that on guard? What exactly proves that on guard? Or how does one reach the conclusion that if he was on guard, he would tank the attack or take very little damage? What exactly is the evidence for that? That is kind of a stretch. There are a lot of factors there is to make a claim, right? It's not a simple conclusion you can just go down to. Because the basis of the argument is that due to parsimony, the simplest conclusion is that Sabo would take the attack and or take very little damage from it, right? That was the basis of the attack. We assert it to be true via parsimony. But what I'm arguing here is that in order to come to the conclusion that, since you're saying it's more likely than not, but I don't agree with the more likely then, you're saying that it's more likely than not Sabo, while defending and on guard, tanks or takes very little damage from the attack, but there's nothing to really base that information off of other than, well, he was off guard, so if he would be on guard, then he would tank the hit, but that's not inherently provable. That was kind of the basis for the reason why I came down to the conclusion that I came down to. The other basis was basically just narrative. I mean, letting Sabo live essentially is supported by the narrative because they put the entire blame on him. Doesn't even have the observation hockey to detect a Jesus Burgess on a ship. Alright. Well, observation hockey works more so through activation. You can sense the number of people. You're asking me to prove something that can be proved through parsimony. Are you asking me why it's more likely than not? Why is that the conclusion? You're saying, okay, so the action of proving something to parsimony essentially means that it is the likeliest conclusion because it is the simplest conclusion one can reach. I'm asking you, how do you reach the conclusion? How exactly do you reach the conclusion that if Sabo was on guard, he would tank the hit? That's my question. How exactly do you come to the conclusion that if Sabo was on guard, he tanks the hit? Because in order to come to that conclusion, you would need some level of evidence or you need some level of evidence to even remotely come to that conclusion in the first place, right? Not just saying, well, Sabo just tanks the attack because if he's on guard, then he's just tanking it, right? It's one thing to say the easiest conclusion is Sabo tanks the attack if he's on guard. It's one thing to say that, and there's another thing to say Sabo tanks the attack because of these following reasons. You haven't provided the reasons, you just said the simplest conclusion is this, but I'm asking is, why is that the simplest conclusion? Because if there was something to back it up, Occam's razor dictates he took damage while running away, trying to get away, i.e. on guard while fleeing, and that means if he took the attack head on, he'd have taken less damage. Just saying. I addressed him before and he had no response, so yeah. Foxy could have slowed the attack down and dodged it, trust me. Yeah. If Foxy was there, he totally would have just evaded the attack. If Foxy was there, 100,000 billion trillion funkatrons. No damage taken, stop being intellectually dishonest. Alright. While Don Krieg is clearly not as powerful as someone like... Alright, that was what I was going for. I did go for the, Where are my, no, not that. Where are my, no, not that. Where, oh, here. I don't think Sabo is a Logia, so him getting hurt is even more impressive. Well, I mean, he could just have it removed by,
You are misreading my comment. Occam's razor dictates he took damage while running away, trying to get away, i.e., while fleeing on guard. And that means if he took that damage head on, he'd have taken damage. Just saying. Ah, I did misread it. I did misread it. My bad. My bad. My bad, damn. Sorry, my fault. I'm not taking sides on this argument, but I'd like to point out that Occam's razor is a guideline, a general principle, but is not evidence or an argument in and of itself. I agree with that. I do agree with the idea of Occam's razor, and I do agree with the idea of, like... I do agree to the extent the idea of parsimony, as in it is the simplest conclusion that one can draw, but in and of itself, you also misread mine. I don't think so. Sabo is a Logia, so him getting hurt is even more impressive. What did I misread about that? Thanks, homie. My apologies. I don't think so. Okay. Sabo is a Logia, so him getting hurt is even more impressive. What did I misread about that? Since he can take the damage and still escape the Elders, Lulusia, while off guard and not defending, his Haki is a significant boost to your defense. It's more likely he would take significantly less damage. Why exactly do you think Sabo is off guard? Especially when he's running away. What exactly... How do you come to the conclusion that Sabo is off guard? How exactly do you come to the conclusion that Sabo while running away is off guard? You said, I think so. Oh! Since Abo isn't a Logia. Oh! Oh, my bad. His Haki wouldn't have mattered to protect him. Emu's Haki is greater. Also, this isn't needed for my argument. It's just to further back up for him winning. It's not the crux of my argument. Okay, so can you explain to me then what the crux of your argument is? I'm not. All right, sure. I can. If you just point to me what the exact crux of the argument is. Oh, wait. Profiles. That's what I was going for. I was going for profiles. I don't need logos anymore, but I do need profiles. One Piece. And now we go Arlong. And we go Krieg. Don Krieg. Fuck. Alright. There we go. Bumbo is like cracker level. You conceded after I responded to all your points. Yeah, I don't know, man. While Don Krieg is clearly not as powerful as someone like Arlong, the difference may be notable, but it's less blatant than, say, Arlong and Alvida. Even while transitioning into the ground, less blatant than, say, Arlong. It's mainly him damaging Emu and him outspeeding Emu and the Elders while injured. Okay, so what exactly is the evidence that he damaged Emu? Because you never really provided evidence for him damaging Emu. It was more so just an interpretation of Sabo attacks the 5 Elders and Emu, and then he attacks, and what was it, the Fireball? You guys kept talking about the Fireball moment. Let me just see if I can pull that one up. What? John, I fully agree. Occam's isn't a rebuke. It's more of a guide as why I came to the conclusion I did. It's a tool best used for deduction. Said deduction can be used as a rebuttal. When did he ever damage Emu? I missed the paddle. I'm gonna pull it up right now. The whole situation with Sabo is still happening before they reach Egghead, which means it has to happen around this point. What chapter does Sabo fight? Let me just Google search that. What chapter does Sabo fight the Gorosei? I don't need the episode, I need the chapter. Oh, it's 85. I was way off. My apologies. It was 85. 85. Okay. Okay. So there's an attack that goes up to Rook, and then Emu eats the attack. So what exactly from this panel implies that Emu takes damage? I provide evidence for it be more parsimony likely. If a conclusion is more likely, it's the better conclusion. But what exactly is the conclusion here? Guys, do you guys think that this panel right here implies Emu takes damage? Is there any implication? Do you guys think that there are any implication within these pages that states? Thank you, by the way, Jeff. Does anybody here know or believe that Emu takes damage from this? Okay, let me put up a poll again. I'll put up another poll. He ate it like barbecue. Okay, what is the simplest conclusion? Is the simplest conclusion? Emu ate the attack. Emu took damage. What do you guys think? And what makes this even worse is that you're not giving an actual response that defeats my counter-arguments, only responding to the concession as a defeater to say anything. Yeah, I don't know. Read my arguments, please. Yeah, I did read your arguments. Oh, you want me to read your arguments from the Discord? You want me to read your arguments from the Discord? I could do that. I could do that for you. Okay, so he's arguing Sabo outspeeds Emu while injured. Sabo is faster than Emu. Sabo takes an attack from Emu while off guard and not defending. It's more likely than not, Sabo, while defending and on guard, tanks or takes very little damage from the attack. We can assert it to be true via parsimony that this is the case. It would be more narrative sense for Sabo to damage Emu and the Elders with his attack, since Oda would want to foreshadow the Elders' regeneration, and since it looks like they take damage, it would be more likely for it to be the case than Sabo damaged them. It would be more likely the case that Sabo damaged them than not. More likely doesn't actually mean more accurate. After all, Hickham's dictum rebuttals that it can be as many complications as needed so long as it fits the data. Good point. This is consistent with the statement to think there was such an ugly truth atop of the world. I need you to exactly explain to me how this necessarily dictates that they were regenerating. If Sabo has seen them regenerate from his attack, this statement would make more sense. I don't know if that necessarily one goes to the other. I think Rennie ended up actually disputing that the statement that this is the ugliness atop of the world. When does Rennie cover that? Tap indicating outspeed. Well, anyway, let me just go back and finish your points. We can assert this to be case via parsimony. Sabo can damage transformed Emu with a casual attack. Do you guys think that Emu took damage from this? Do you guys think that Emu took any kind of damage from this? Looks like more likely. Couldn't give an actual coherent argument, quite literally lying and conceding. Emu ate the attack, Emu took damage. Okay, so there are 9 votes. So you guys think that Emu... Okay, so 30% of you, so 3 people think that Emu did take damage from this. I know that you guys don't go for the Sabo attacks Emu. I'm just gonna look at this real quick. I know you guys don't fuck with the anime adaptation, that's completely fine. I'm not saying that this is going to be like a deciding factor, but I'm just going to use this as an instance to sort of, you know, I'm gonna lower the speed for this as well. Alright, so it's about like 0.70. Okay, so Emu sees the attack coming, gets big, and then chomps it. Yeah. So Emu sees the attack, gets big, chomps it. Yeah. I was hoping to take you all down, but I never expected to find hell at the top of the world. Yeah. I don't think Emu took not even 1 hit to his HP. Emu got calories burned, so Sabo harmed. Emu burned some calories. His calories were burned after eating the flames. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Holy shit. Also, real quick. Almost 100 chapters later, we get to see Emu's true form. That's so interesting. I like that. I just noticed, yeah. What chapter? Oh, no. Yeah, well, whatever. Man, I can't wait for Oda to make this, you know, a colored panel. Or whatever. You know, I can't wait for that to be like the colored spread. Yeah. So you guys think... Okay, so, again, do you guys think that Emu took damage? Or do you guys think that Sabo... That you guys think that Emu took damage? Or you think he just ate the attack? Because I'm gonna be real for you. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm trying to, like, look at the page and see exactly how Emu took damage from this, but I just don't see it. What exactly am I supposed to be looking for? What, like, here's the issue that I have with this. So, okay, let's go back to the point, right? It would make sense, narrative sense, for Sabo to damage Emu. And you're saying this is because of their regeneration, which is implied for later, right? It makes narrative sense for Sabo to damage Emu, and we can assert this to be the case via parsimony, but, like, if it's via parsimony, that means that it is the simplest conclusion, but I don't really see a simplest conclusion here. I don't really see the simplest conclusion here being that Emu took damage. I'm gonna be just so honest. I don't see why this implies that Emu took damage. I'm looking at the anime adaptation, which does at least follow the manga. Emu doesn't take damage, he just eats it. Like, I'd find it weird for them to, like, if Emu did take damage in any way, shape, or form, I find it weird for, like, the anime to also not show it or to clarify it in some way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? That's really just my point. Like, he just chomps it. Yeah, no, he just chomps at it. Yeah, that was basically just it. Anyway, it was just kind of like the point I kind of wanted just to express upon. I don't know if I would necessarily agree with it, all things considered, but, you know, more power to you.
May be notable, but it's less blatant than, say, Arlong and Alvida.
The evidence is pointed towards Emu. Okay, but what's the exact evidence? Because the evidence is just a single page. The evidence is just a single page, and essentially the assertion that the narrative consistently follows that he should have been able... That damaging maybe the Gorosei, sure, but not necessarily Emu. Because the Gorosei take hits in base form, right? The Gorosei, when they are attacked, they take hits in base form. So I don't know if you can necessarily say that Sabo can damage, like, let's say, Warcury. The evidence is Emu's calories count. No, I don't agree with that. That's a funny joke, but I don't agree that, like, Emu... Something here even remotely implies Emu burned calories. The evidence is what I said in my argument. No, I get what your point is, but you're saying that it would make narrative sense for him to damage him, but that it wouldn't make narrative sense for him to damage Emu and the Elders. The Elders, for example, you're saying that you're trying to foreshadow the Elders' regeneration, but there's no foreshadowing of the Elders' regeneration. They're simply activating their Zoan forms. You can even see it, like, immediately afterwards, where you see, like, Emu coming here. You can see that the Elders A... the Elders A show no damage, right? They're basically just transforming into their Zoan forms, right? So, and if you go by the actual manga panel right here, you don't really see damage on them. Like, yeah, they're engulfed by the flames, sure, but it doesn't necessarily dictate that they took damage. And you're saying, and it essentially is boiling down to the interpretation that you're saying it makes narrative sense because Oda would want to foreshadow the Elders' regeneration. But there's no foreshadowing for the Elders' regeneration here. They simply just go straight into their Zoan forms, right? And there's also no narrative sense. It is not making any narrative sense for there any sign of regeneration for Emu or the Elders. There's no signs of damage on Emu. Also, you're saying that this is consistent with the statement to think there's such an ugly truth at the top of the world, but I mean, such a diabolical truth at the pinnacle of the world? I mean, that doesn't necessarily imply that, oh, the ugly truth is that they can regenerate. I think the ugly truth is that they are actual demons. I mean, even what's his face? What was his name? Well, I forgot his, it's after the Gorosei showed up, when Kaku was
It was like, what, 13? It was like page 13 whenever the Itsumare, whenever Mars shows up, he appears... Let me see... Where... Oh! It's somewhere around here. Let's see... Let's see... We have to be a little bit farther back then. We see that even Kaku is stating, what was that monster based on the conversation, one of the 5 elders? You think that was a ghastly transformation? He's essentially saying that, what Kaku's essentially saying right here is that the appearance of the elders seems ghastly and strange in comparison to what they're meant to be. In this case, you know, they're supposed to be gods, they're supposed to be these... The ugly truth is directly after they attacked, and not after they transformed. Where the fuck is it? Oh, right. I used the wrong thing. Let me just go back. Okay, there we go. No, it's right here. They're transformed already, so I don't agree with that. They're already transformed behind him. So I don't agree with that. It would only be in reference to the regen, but would add more credence to the statement. No, not necessarily. Right here. Even in the anime. Look at the anime. Before Sabo even makes the statement in the anime as well. Emu transforms, right? So Emu transforms first. Sabo hasn't said anything yet. Then the Gorosei start to transform. And then Sabo says, I was hoping to be able to take you all down, but I never expected to find hell at the top of the world. And he says it right here as well, right after their transformation. So, no, this is not... That's completely incorrect. He's not saying it directly after they attack, not after the transformation, right here. The transformation's right behind him, and if you go by actual paneling, left to right, top to bottom, the Gorosei are above Sabo, which means that they have transformed before Sabo makes the statement. So, no, it wouldn't add credence to it. So again, if I had to come down to a conclusion based on the evidence presented by the both of you, no, I don't agree with these interpretations. I meant after he attacks. So you're saying that the statement about the ugly truth of the world, right? Sabo attacks with Fire Fist. Rook, check, where did you come from? Then Sabo makes the statements. Yeah, I'm not giving you any interpretation. I'm just telling you what's straight up happening on the picture. There's no sign of Emu taking damage. There is no sign of the Gorosei having taken damage. They simply transform. And then Sabo makes the statement. So, again, even if I grant your interpretation to be true, Rennie countered none of this. Okay, but it's not about whether or not Rennie counters it. What I'm telling you is, the arguments that you were making were essentially based on interpreting this moment right here for Emu to take damage, but there's no evidence of him taking damage. You're just saying that via parsimony, he must have taken damage, which again is not the simplest conclusion. The simplest conclusion is he ate the shot. He ate the blast. He ate the fire. You're saying that via parsimony, Sabo blitzes that via parsimony, the simplest conclusion for Sabo running away is that Sabo is off guard and takes the hit from Emu, but if he's trying to run away, why would he automatically, especially in a situation like this where he's running away from all these people, why would he lower his guard? I don't agree with the interpretation that he's lowering his guard. We're not really glazing Sabo, I'm just trying to explain to Six why I came down to the conclusion that I agree more on Rennie's extent of their debate yesterday rather than his, and it's because his arguments are essentially boiling down to, this is that interpretation of what is happening on screen, this interpretation is the simplest conclusion, therefore it must assert above all other conclusions, and Rennie is dissecting every single one of the claims, and Six was simply saying, no, via parsimony, my conclusion is the most consistent conclusion, which again is not inherently that of an argument. His back is to Emu when he's talking to Cobra when it's a prize when he gets hit. That doesn't mean that but that doesn't inherently imply that he's lowering his guard. That A doesn't imply that he's lowering his guard, and B, even if I were to concede that he does lower his guard for it, that doesn't inherently imply that if Sabo standing in front of Emu and Emu sending his tail at Sabo, there is no piece of evidence that remotely implies Sabo would tank the hit if he put up all of his Haki in front of him. Even if he coated his entire body black in Haki, there's no reason or argument to be made that he just tanks the hit or takes very little damage. It's based on interpretation. It's based entirely on interpretation. Whether or not he would, and there's no evidence to imply that he would. That's kind of my reasoning. It's not even out of like my own perspective on it. Didn't Emu's tail home straight into him? Yeah, it went straight for him. Let me bring him back up. Yeah, you can see it on the next panel right here as they're running away. The tail is shroosh. Yeah, again, even if I grant this, Emu still didn't counter any of my points or creating arguments for him. He didn't have this. Why I say, but I'm not. No. The reason why I made the argument, and I'll go back to the Discord right quick for it, just to show you over here, when I came down to my conclusion, was quite simple. After I said, fuck bro, this is a lot, I say, I do appreciate you guys wanting me to be the judge. I read through everything. This debate did seem kind of half complete since half of the points weren't necessarily addressed. I'm not exactly saying that anyone won this little conversation. More so, I think Rennie does present a more reasonable conclusion given the interpretations that were presented. That was my point. A lot of the points here that were stated to be proven more so seemed like interpretations that hinged on seeing things in a very particular way while having little evidence to such claims. Your evidence was via parsimony, but that's not evidence. That's just a conclusion that you came down to. A conclusion that you came down to based on interpretation is not evidence, and it being the simplest conclusion, which again, we can see right here that even through votes, it's not the simplest conclusion if more people, more often than not, are saying, no, the simplest conclusion is he ate the attack, because you can just see the attack being eaten. As for why I made, not the argument for Rennie, more so just the argument in general, is because you wanted to argue that my conclusion, you didn't like the verdict that I gave, and I said, it actually makes you were also making an argument about Cobra. You're also making an argument about the Gorosei letting Cobra run away, and I'm like, well, no. You said that there was no reason for it, and I'm just simply here telling you, well, no, there is a reason for it. There is a reason for it. Yes, you are conceding to the fact that he couldn't counter my argument and wasn't attacking anything and wouldn't mean by extension that he lost. But again, you're just seeing it as win or lose. I wasn't coming from the perspective of I'm actually telling you guys who won or lost. I was actually just trying to come from the perspective that, again, the conversation, this debate was half complete since half of the points weren't addressed in general. So I wasn't exactly giving you guys a win or loss because the conversation was never fully complete. The conversation was based on Sabo being relative to, if not above the Gorosei or Emu, something along, which means I didn't lose the debate. Thank you. Dude, I was, if anything, trying to tell you that I wasn't trying to pick on a winner or a loser. More so, I was just siding with Rennie because they had a more consistent thing. It was never about win or lose. And then you were going on about how you wanted, how the point of a judge is to choose a winner. So where did he prove? To show me, yes, the verdict is seemingly less and less like good faith, but I'm not telling you that it was less likely in good faith. I'm just telling you the narrative literally backs up Rennie. I don't care whether or not it supports his claim or not. I'm just telling you the narrative consistently backs up Rennie, which is why I sided with him. The conclusion, you were basically going under the assumption that the Gorosei, you said it somewhere around here, that the Gorosei would have absolutely no reason, or Emu would have no reason to just let Sabo live, which is why he blitzed them. And I was simply telling you, well, whether or not Rennie mentions this, the simple objective truth of the matter is that Sabo was allowed to leave because they needed to pin the death of Cobra on somebody. And again, since you were going back and forth with me about who actually won the debate, I was simply telling you, at that point, the conversation seemed to have been over, or at least the debate between both of you, because I was just simply giving you my assertion as to who I sided with more. I even told you, I'm not making an argument for anyone, I'm simply telling you why I came to the conclusion that I came to. It's not an argument for Rennie, I'm just telling you, you said that the Gorosei, or Emu, have no logical reason to let Sabo live, which means that the logical conclusion there is that he outran them, but I told you here, the assertion that they let Sabo go because they could pin the blame of Cobra's murder is more consistent with the narrative. It's not my personal opinion. I'm simply telling you what the narrative is portraying.
I was never saying who won or lost, and then you were trying to tell us, oh, well, you need to pick someone, so I was like, alright, if you want to root her that badly, then Rennie. So if I didn't lose and he couldn't counter my arguments, I could counter his logically. I mean, it wasn't really logical, though. There was really no logic behind it. It was just the Gorosei have no reason to let Emu win. There's no logic behind it. It's just ignoring the narrative. That I wouldn't exactly argue that's a logical answer, or that's a logical counter to what he was saying. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. The assertion essentially comes down to, read my position above, because that's actually addressed the problem with 6's position on this topic. I'm sorry. I literally did give my argument on why it's plot armor / an outlier that shouldn't be seriously discussed power scaling wise. You have no counter to that based on the pre-existing power gap between Emu / Sabo, plus them doing nothing but chasing after Sabo, plus their appearances and abilities not being shown at the moment and later on, which leads to Oda saving them for later on and keeping Sabo's life for the sake of the story, which is to show that Sabo discovers the secret entities in the world government. That's like my position simplified. Okay. Go back and look. I don't remember. You're expecting me to do this unreasonable. Hey, what's up, Jake? If Sabo's so strong, then why did he leave? I don't know. Yeah, I don't really personally care if Sabo actually is strong enough or not. Again, I really, really don't fucking care. It's just presenting the evidence, presenting the assertion, and essentially if the argument is, well, via parsimony, this must be the simplest conclusion, therefore it must be the right one, doesn't come across, because it's essentially, if parsimony essentially ignores the narrative, it ignores the implications within the story, then I don't agree with it. It doesn't necessarily mean it, and it's not some baseline rule that says, well, via parsimony, I must win the argument. And if you're going via parsimony, then the simplest conclusion would actually fall on Rennie, which again, I do agree with. The fuck is this? What show is this? What the fuck did I click on? Isekai Koshoku Mosu Roku Isekai Tensei no Chie to Chikara, which means power, I know that. O Tada Hitatsura Suru XXX Suru Tameni Tsukao. What the fuck is this name? This is an action adult adventure comedy fantasy harem isekai writing. Okay, whatever. Sao faffed, fapped around and found out. What the fuck? After fapping around too intensely, Sao found out he could actually die because he legitimately did it. But after finding himself before a beautiful and benevolent goddess, where he also had to admit he was still a virgin, Sao has been given a second chance. Reborn in a new world, he still retains his memory of his past life and has even been blessed with an extraordinary cheat ability. Endowed with the class Rod Master after becoming an adult, Sao has skills that can not only help take down enemies and save others, but it can help him with the one thing he cares about the most, sex. Alright. Eon just clicking anything, yeah. Yeah, I guess I fucking just clicked on anything. Holy shit. I guess I just autopiloted and just clicked on some bullshit. God damn it, dude. Fuck me. Whatever, dude. I'm so over it. Yeah. Alright. I guess you can't. I guess if you touch yourself too much, you're gonna die. I remember when I was a kid, somebody told me if you play with yourself too much, I think they were doing it as a joke. They were like, if you play with yourself too much, you're gonna go blind. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And then when I was old enough to finally kind of understand what he meant, I thought for a second that, like, does he mean, like, if you beat your meat too much, like, it'll shoot into your eye and you'll go blind? Can your own, like, semen make you go blind? You know what I mean? I don't know, man. So you weren't into me? Didn't we read the latest chapter? Ah, yes. Back on the night of the field trip, I'm in love with Okabe. It's like I can feel my chest tightening. Why is this happening? It's not like Okabe's super handsome or anything. All he does is study and he's got no friends either. But he's kind and said that I'm cute. And he said it just to me. Wait, he's the only one... He's only said it to me, right? He likes me, doesn't he? Hey, One-chan, did you get a boyfriend? What, Rina? What you said it before. The boy sitting next to me is totally in love with me. Huh, I'm sure he's gonna confess to me any day now. I wonder what I should do. You said that last spring. I was getting so carried away last year. I got a boyfriend, you know. Huh? Congrats, my little sister 6th grade has pulled ahead of me. What about you, Onechan? I still don't have one. Not only did he not confess to me, these other pretty girls are about to steal him away from me. And I'm dying of jealousy here. Save me. There's no way I can tell her that. I have my pride as her older sister. Well, I'm already visiting his place. What, really? It's a lie. Not technically, at least. So then, did you already hold hands with him? Of course! Eek! It's not a lie. It's still technically true. We should go on a double date. You're acting way too grown up, Rena, but I want to go on a date with him. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. What kind of the dates are you going on? We go to the shopping mall and then the arcade. Oh, wait, the arcade was with my ex. Your ex? I've only walked back from school with my current boyfriend. Hold up, your ex? So he's not even your first boyfriend? Yeah, I can't remember what number he said he was. I'm with a boy from my class next to mine now. Before that, I was with a middle schooler. Before that, I think I was with my friend's older brother. But a boy from my class confessed to me too. And I'm just not sure what I should do. But you haven't even dated anyone yet. You shouldn't be dating people that easily. What? That was a joke. You should only date someone you really love. There shouldn't be anyone else. You're starting to get me worried, you know. What? But I ended up saying it out loud. When you fall in love, you can't hold yourself back, can you? You gotta start dating them as soon as you realize it, or time will just keep passing by. The other person's feelings might change too, and someone else might swoop in and take them, you know? I have no way to refute that, Jesus. And if things don't work out, you can just break up. You're way too composed for a 6th grader. But she's right about one thing. I have to make a move. Before someone gets to him first, I'll start by asking him out on a date. Kazu-kun, why don't we go somewhere together? Got anyone else in mind? Sano? Sano-san. You don't have anyone you want to invite, Sano-san? Sano. Hina-chan, why don't you come with us? Sano I heard what you guys talking about. It sounds like it's fun. So I'm coming too, then it's settled. We need one more. Who should we ask? Are you sure about this? What? It sounds like fun. I got this. I'm gonna do it. It'll be 4 of us this time. But I want to go somewhere just the 2 of us too. I did it! Where should we go? The aquarium? The zoo? Maybe go to a movie? That means she wants to go somewhere with just Sano-san, right? I wonder when the other 2 became so close. Yo, this guy is way too fucking dense. I'm crying. What happens in the latest One Piece chapter? A lot of shit happens, dude. That was close. I almost got the wrong idea there for a sec. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. I really hate him. I think I actually might hate this guy. There's no way this guy must have some kind of brain damage because he is dense as fuck. Listen, he suffered trauma, alright? He suffered trauma. He suffered trauma in the first chapter. The girl that he liked, the girl that he originally liked, got married right out of high school. She got married right out of high school, and he was completely crushed. And he was sure that they both felt the same way, so he was shocked. So the shock really messed with his studies, and now he didn't get into his first pick school, which is why he's there. Yeah, the guy thought that the girl who liked him. I mean, listen, she was only like 3 years older than him. You know, she got married. It is what it is. Blah blah blah. All that crap. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna probably just step out for the rest of the day. I'm gonna probably work a little bit on this. Actually, not even. I'm just gonna do the best that I can on Monday, and then we'll definitely finish up this video. We'll definitely finish up this video by next week. Next Friday, this video will be out, and then by the end of next week, we should be fully done with that video, and we'll start doing Naruto versus Luffy. I appreciate you guys. So you're telling me that Luffy lifted a giant golden bell and still blitz an L, but Sabo gets slowed down that much by carrying somebody? By the way, I think Sukuna beating Aizen, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I don't think Aizen beats Miwa. I think I agree with it. I think I agree with that. I think he loses to Miwa. We're joining the dark side for Wincest. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, but they're arguing with a guy who, according to you, his multi-solar system was slowed down that much by carrying an old man. What happened to the latest One Piece chapter? It should be there. Alright. Man, I love that. Something about this series is just, like, so fucking stupid to me that it just keeps bringing me back in. It's only 11 chapters, and I hope this is one of those, like, hundreds of chapters series where the guy is just constantly this big of a fucking, dense motherfucker. Alright. Okay. Aizen got no answer for Sukuna's domain. Even as immortal, he can die. Yeah, he's not really immortal. I mean, can Aizen just come back from nothing? I don't think so. Can Aizen be, like, wiped out from existence? Like, if you just rip out all of his particles and shit. Have you seen the latest Clash of Clans post about the Archer Queen? Clash of Clans post about the Archer Queen? Clash Royale. Clash of Clans or Clash Royale? Clash of Clans Archer Queen? What about it? Post. Completely unprompted. What the fuck is this? Supercell has decided completely unprompted that what Clash of Clans players needed was a $12 foot tribute bundle. 7 statues of the Archer Queen's feet promoted with an inexplicably high-res render of her kicking them up. Some players are confused. Some are complaining that she's in sandals. Another normal day in gaming. $11.99, by the way. That is fucking insane, dude. And why is there a picture of this? Ain't no way this is real. Mom, the straights are sexualizing children and getting away with it again. Yeah, type shit. Fuck. I'm so glad I haven't played Clash Royale since, like, it had to have been, like, even pre-college. I haven't touched Clash Royale since pre-college. Oh, my God. Am I the only one who thought this game wasn't for kids? Just because of a cartoon doesn't mean it's for kids just because. Alright. I'm crying. Yo, people... I bought this. Game accessible to children sells fetish content. Alright. I hate this so much, dude. Dude, this is why I hate Instagram, man. I'm so sorry, but this game's fandom was children like 12 years ago. Now all of them are just middle-aged dudes. It's normal to see this, obviously. Why is there a Tarantino pic on this? Yeah, that's the guy's name. Quentin Tarantino. Israel is that way? What the fuck does that mean? The worst comment section? Alright. Why are you liking this, bud? Someone please say psych. Yeah, alright. Most cultured decision. Yeah, okay. I'm over it. Fuck me, man. Aster, at some point you gotta realize that you're one of the fucking biggest gooners here if you're actively telling me as I'm about to end a stream that I need to go look up a Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, Archer Queen post. What the fuck, man? Okay, guys, I appreciate you guys having this discussion here. I'm sure you guys already have access to the Discord server, so you guys can 100% have this conversation in the Discord server. But yeah, I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna let you guys have a wonderful rest of your guys' evening. It's important to keep up with the news. Yeah, oh yeah, this is totally fucking important to keep up with, my friend. This is totally fucking important. It was necessary. How else would I've gotten my daily dosage of Clash of Clans news, a game that I haven't touched since before I went to fucking college, man. Jesus Christ, and I'm nearing my fucking 30s, man. Come on. Come on, man. I think the last time I touched Clash Royale was when I was 17, so it was definitely over a fucking decade ago. What the fuck are we doing? Whatever. It's not important. It's whatever. It's fine. Have a good luck, guys. Couldn't sense across the... Remember, luck couldn't sense across the globe. Alright. Alright, I'll just leave it be. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, that was Six's last retort to the point, so I will leave it there. Have a good night, guys. Peace out.